Hey Tiff, we are live now.
Hello everybody and welcome to the 4th annual Fraser Valley Tech Forum. We are so excited to have you here today. We have so much in store for you. My name is Tiffany and I'll be your host for the evening. Just a couple things about me. I'm one of the organizers and a licensee for TEDx Abbotsford. I would say I work somewhere between the intersection of events, marketing, and innovation. As well, if I'm not working, you can find me in the mountains, on a bike, hiking, or possibly jumping out of an airplane. But enough about me. We have so much in store for you today. We have speakers, for example, Maninder Dhaliwal, who is the president and CEO of LGI, as well as Peter Vandergraat, the startup veteran. We also have so many inspiring panels and with so many brilliant minds, so make sure you stay tuned. We also have a couple of housekeeping notes that I'd like to get out of the way. For all of our sponsors, speakers, sessions, you can find everything on our website, so make sure you head over there to keep up to date on everything that's going on. We also have a couple of interesting things like our virtual partner booths. We really encourage you to go over and check those out, interact with our sponsors, and get to know them a little bit more. They would really appreciate it. As well, if you are at home or in the office, maybe wear earphones to avoid the echo that might happen. As well, if you do happen to pause your page during the event, make sure you refresh it and it'll go to the current point in the event. If you do, we do encourage you to comment in the chat. We would love to hear from you. We have Q&As throughout the night, so we would love to hear your questions. After, we have a happy hour, so feel free to join our networking session after the event. All of that information is on the website. Now, I would like to do a quick shout out to our sponsors. We could not do this without them. We appreciate each and every one of them so very much and can't thank them enough for their support. First of all, thank you to the Abbotsford Tech District for all of their support, the Fraser Valley Alliance, supported by the Regional Economic Development Department of the City of Abbotsford, the District of Mission, the City of Chilliwack, the City of Maple Ridge, the Township of Langley, the University of the Fraser Valley, and Lighthouse Labs. We would also like to say thank you to the City of Abbotsford, BDC, Public Works and Government Services, Government of Canada, our community partner, TEDx Abbotsford, and our media partner, Black Press Media and Progress Chilliwack. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Raymond Sabata to the webcast to say a few words. Welcome.
We're good. Thank you, Tiffany.
All right.
Bring up the...
Hello.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
We're good. Thanks for the intro and thanks for hosting the event. Heard a lot about you, so great to finally meet.
You as well.
Okay, so welcome everyone to the 4th annual Fraser Valley Tech Forum. It feels like we've endured more in the last few months than in an entire lifetime. However, with the fast-changing landscape, there's as well opportunities that have emerged. When we created the theme for this year's event in early 2020, Resiliency in Capital, we never imagined how this concept would become applicable and we would be tested. This year, it is also important to note that 2020 holds the conclusion of a decade of effort by XLRator. So happy anniversary, XLRator. XLRator started as SRC Tech, founded in 2010, based on a vision that the cost of doing business and living will no longer be affordable in a core of the Lower Mainland. We also firmly believe that agriculture and manufacturing will drive an applied tech-based economic and educational ecosystem in the Fraser Valley. So based on these fundamentals, we pushed really hard for several years on the municipal and provincial government to start paying attention to this region. This gathering today is a testimony that this vision has flourished into way beyond just the hype. In 2016, we got our first break and we developed the province's first AgTech Venture Acceleration Program in the District of Mission. In the last 4 years, we have been rapidly developing momentum. Sorry, a little bit of glitches going on in the system. In the last 4 years, we've been rapidly developing momentum and implementing key programs and building our brand on top of our services. Since this time, we've supported over 60 ventures, both AgTech and ICT locally. Last year in Chilliwack, as part of the last Tech Forum, we witnessed close to 200 participants with strong feedback and support from the 5 regional municipalities, who of course are present today as well. Our distribution has grown to over 1,500 constituents within the network and is steadily growing. In 2019, we embraced Chilliwack as an official chapter of the XLRator. Currently, we're in discussions with key corporate and industry partners to expand our brand to this Tri-City region. We're now on course to collaborate with local higher education institutions and providing the bridge between industry and the tech community to deliver an ag tech cluster locally, big data initiatives with SFU based on spatially enabled, or C initiative with local tech companies. The C initiative has also enabled us the introduction of an innovative ag tech platform within classrooms of both U of V and local districts. So please stay tuned to some of the press releases that will come out in this regard. We have a firm stance on the premise that we cannot allow our children to leave the valley. We have skilled technical training and coding programs now in place based on partnership with Lighthouse Labs, and we're targeting kids as early as grade 7. Our theme this week also covers capital. We formed the capital arm of XLRator, XL Capital. XL Capital has started working with startups to deliver seed capital directly, as well as work with the investor community and providing this bridge. More recently, we announced a local company that was successful in securing digital cluster funding. First time ever a valley-based firm receives this level of attention. This solution, Direct Food.Store, a disruptive ag tech COVID response technology, was homegrown right here in Abbotsford. And it plans to have the local firms to expand Direct Food to 26 regions in North America within the next 18 months. It will drive and support a consortium of local industry, education, and technology partners. It's already created between 30 to 40 new tech jobs locally, and potentially many more jobs as Direct Food sees its plan to fruition. This is a plan to ultimately draw national and international attention to the region as the ag tech capital of Canada. And folks, all of this without a single dollar of investment from the government at any level currently. So I wish to thank you for being part of this ecosystem, for your support, and thank you for attending today. Enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond Savada. It was fantastic hearing from you and a little bit more about this. Now, COVID has changed a lot of things in the past few months, and especially the ways that we interact, network, and work. So, for those of you that have attended the event last year, we had a lot of fun with the Raise Your Hand events, but sadly, we won't be going to the audience every 15 minutes for questions, but we really want to hear from you. So please head to the chat section, put in your questions, comments, anything that you would like to say. We have Q&As all throughout the evening, and we would love to hear your questions. So please tune into that. We are looking forward to all of your intriguing questions. Now, to kick things off, our first keynote of the morning is Charlie Fang. Charlie is the co-founder of the world's largest e-commerce investor with more than $1 billion of investments every year in e-commerce companies. Charlie is a product-focused entrepreneur that has founded companies in chatbot, marketing, automation space. Charlie has a background in bond rating and previously built algorithms in assessing and credit for Fortune 500 companies, and built optimization products for authors on Amazon. Charlie holds a Bachelor in Finance from McGill University, and please join me in welcoming Charlie. Welcome, Charlie.
Hey, great to have me. Thanks for having me.
Not a problem. And as well, we have Gurwinder here. He will be hosting the fireside chat to learn more about Clearbanc's story. Thank you for joining us, Gurwinder.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Hi, Charlie. How's
Hey,
your morning
Gurwinder.
going so far?
Great to meet you. No, my morning's been great. It's I'm now currently based in Ottawa. We're all remote, the whole company. So this is kind of a new experience for me as well. How are things on your end?
Definitely. For us, we thought the challenges of the physical organizing of the event would be more than a virtual event, but it's the same. We have the same kind of challenges organizing with a virtual event. But I appreciate you taking your time and spending your morning with us. I know you have a very busy schedule, and congratulations on all the recent successes in Europe, your UK launch as well. You have done the whole country proud, and I couldn't be more excited to have you here as well. So thanks for joining in, Charlie.
No, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Perfect. So before we jump in, I just wanted to go into your background. How did this Clearbanc started, and how did it become a huge company that it is right now? With over $1 billion in investment in e-commerce companies every year. Expansions in Europe and UK. How did this come about, and how did it start? So if you want to just take us through, your journey of how it started, that would be awesome with the audience as well.
Yeah, sounds good. Maybe I'll give a quick background. At Clearbanc, we fund companies anywhere from kind of $10,000 on the smaller end to $10 million in a very data-driven approach. And I think that's kind of our bread and butter. So it's not about who you know or what your pedigree is, but rather we let the transaction data that sits through your marketing, your Facebook accounts, your sales accounts, we let that do the talking. So as a result, like you mentioned, we funded over $1 billion across Canada and US, and now it's starting to kind of launch a bit more globally. And we've also funded kind of 8x more women than a traditional VC that we're pretty proud of. So in terms of kind of the early days, I think we've been doing this for 5 years now, but I still think we're pretty early. I think there's a lot more work to be done, and we've only helped a small portion of founders in the grand scheme of things, and we hope that there's a lot more to do. I think on the outside, it probably looks like, thank you for that, there's a lot of people who read the PR can see that we're making big step changes. But I think even from the early days to now, it's on the inside, it's a lot of small iterations. There's a lot of kind of talking to customers, trying to figure out what the pain points are, and making mistakes, quite frankly, and kind of learning along the way. I've done this a few times now, and I think the reality is, whether it's kind of this kind of unprecedented time, or even when the company is smaller, it's often all over the place. At least it has been for my journey, figuring things out, doing things that don't scale, and a lot of that has been kind of my early experiences.
Perfect. And I was listening to your chat on a podcast on McGill University, where you was talking about how the journey started. You had a bunch of friends, that were working on this initial idea. Talk us those initial days. Was it very challenging, or did it happen overnight? Because it seems like Clearbanc is an overnight success story. That's what it seems from the outside, looking at the PR and all the media attention that you get. But what were those initial days? What kind of challenges you faced? What kind of obstacles you had there going into the startup? And what was the moment that that made you reach out to other guys and make it the company it is right now? Yeah,
no, that's a great question. I think. So we've been building Clearbanc for 5 years now, and it sounds like we've had a couple of big announcements in the last couple months, but it's really been years in the making. Our mission, I think, with probably most startups, like the mission rarely changes, or kind of we set out to hopefully build an alternative financing option for entrepreneurs and founders out there, so that they could better scale their business without giving away a large portion of their company. So that kind of vision, or kind of our goals, has never really shifted. But in terms of the product, the way we do it, that's changed quite a lot, kind of month to month even, but definitely years to year. I remember the first couple of years, we were predominantly working with kind of more the gig economy. So for example, Uber as kind of a platform, Airbnb as a platform, and it's quite different from kind of the businesses that we're working with today. And there's a lot of kind of iterations along the way. And I think one of the things that I've learned throughout this journey is that, when people say product market fit, it's kind of that it's often implied that there's some sort of key or a magical key that once you've got product market fit, it's like it's done, right? Like you've unlocked it and life will be rosy afterwards. I think in reality, what I've experienced at the very least is that product market fit is not a key. It's not a constant. It's constantly changing. Maybe the better analogy is that's either like a dance or kind of like skiing the trails, where once, even if you kind of lock onto the right trail and you're starting to pick up speed, the environment is ever changing. Your customers are changing, right? So the market is ever changing, and as a result, if your product is not keeping up with the market, you lose product market fit after a certain amount of time. So I think to this day, we kind of see ourselves still pretty early on in the journey. There's a lot more building, a lot of experimenting, and constantly kind of iterating. And I think as entrepreneurs, you got to stay resilient and kind of because the market will keep changing. So you got to keep up with the pace, I suppose. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that. One of the things that happened in the recent past, which has shifted the whole, world is basically the COVID situation. And one thing that came out of the COVID is it has progressed the e-commerce market. I'm not sure if it's right to say, but at least by 5 to 10 years. So the adoption and the utilization of the online platforms for shopping, even from grocery platforms to e-commerce, clothing, everything has changed. How much has that changed your business? What kind of impacts do you see in the industry, and what kind of trends do you see currently in the industry due to the COVID situation specifically?
Yeah, it's been a hard time for the world, right? And I think but I think for the e-commerce side, you're absolutely right. I remember reading a statistic saying that we've kind of compressed kind of 5 years of e-commerce growth in the last 5 months. And I think the stats was showing that we went from, I think, for something like 14%, and that doubled in the first 12 weeks of COVID from a e-commerce to retail ratio perspective. Okay. The important part to whenever these kind of big events that happen to me, the part that piques my curiosity the most is the behavioral changes, kind of the shift in how people are behaving. And I think there's a lot of demographics that we're essentially kind of forced to adopt this kind of new environment. And when I think back to actually, I think my parents are a great example. They typically, I've been trying to get them to use Instacart or these kind of delivery services for quite some time now, and it's always the same answer of, no, my apple's going to come back bruised. They don't know how to pick it. This is not good. I'm going to go and shop myself. And I think what COVID did was kind of created almost a forcing mechanism where people had to try it, whether you believed it or not, right? And I think that really allowed people to give it a try and adopt. So I think if we take a step back and think about traditional businesses, when it comes to distribution, there's really two parts of the equation. There's the education, and then there is the adoption. First, you have to teach the customers why your solution can solve their problem, whatever their problem might be. And then number two is then you have to deliver that product to them, and they hopefully adopt it, right? And I think so case in point is you see this with free trials, right? Like people would try something out for free, and hopefully in 30 days, your habits would have changed enough that you're like, oh, maybe I'll keep paying for Netflix or whatever it is. And why don't I just keep it? And I think what is interesting to think from a business perspective is that COVID effectively almost created a subsidized free trial for many e-commerce brands and companies out there, right? It's you had to try it, and you had to try for a prolonged period of time. So if the product was actually good, and we're kind of starting to see for a lot of the interesting companies out there, their product was good, and because it's a prolonged period of time, people are starting to kind of adopt it, and people are starting to kind of it's stuck as a habit. So that's kind of something very interesting to see, the behavioral shifts.
Yeah. So we touched base on the behavioral shifts that you mentioned. Do you think it's going to sustain, after this, COVID pandemic situation ends? Do you think these behavioral changes are going to stay, or maybe, decrease or increase based on your experience and the insights that you have? Or is it, a one-time thing that people will go back to, buying retail, on physically walking in stores and doing that? Or are these changes going to stay? And the reason I'm asking is, our theme of this event is, resilience and capital. So a lot of these startups that we work with, they want to make sure that if they're investing in the technology, it's good that they're investing in the technology for the moment, but is the technology here to stay, to help them, progress in their business growth, basically? So what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think one of the things I actually believe is that, like, whenever there's major technology shifts or events that happens, what tends to happen is, so I guess the question is, what portion is going to what percentage of the shift, or the people who's tried out Instacart or whatever these platforms might look like, are here to stay, and which portion will revert back to the mean, right? And I think what ends up happening for a lot of these cases is that majority actually reverts back to the mean. But I think the interesting part is that there is a portion that stays. I think this happened, after the dot-com kind of early 2000s, where SaaS, kind of like subscription, right, became, it wasn't the default, but it became something that was actually acceptable. And there were a portion of companies, Salesforce being kind of the one leading the charge, that really kind of allowed, there were a set of companies that did subscription first, or SaaS first. And then over time, it kind of eats up more and more pieces of the market share. So I would suspect it's probably something similar, where majority probably reverts back to the mean, but then we'll find a much larger portion that were the early adopters that will continue to persist. And if that is the right trend, it will start to eat up more of the market share over time.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. Now, one thing Clearbanc has done really well is, how they have disrupted the space. So you have 20-minute term sheets that you advise really heavily on your websites and on other digital platforms as well. Up to $10 million of no equity, or equity-free funding. How does that become a source for generating leads for your business? And what made you go for a 20-minute term sheets, thinking that there might be challenges or risks in evaluating a startup based on that sheet? And what makes you so confident in your technology that you are able to invest upwards of $1 million in a company, and basically without a cut in the equity as well? So walk us through that process as well.
Yeah. And I think I'll start with the 20-minute term sheet that you mentioned. I think for Clearbanc, everything is data driven. And the way it works is that we use AI to assess effectively the financial health and the trajectory of a company. And then we invest anywhere from $10K to kind of $10 million in less than 24 hours. And then the way the model works is that companies kind of pay back on a revenue share basis. So if we invest, let's say $100,000, we would charge, let's say, a 6% fee. So that's how we make our money. And depending on the size of the company, let's say the company pays back 5% of the revenue until $106,000 is paid back. So that's, and we will make that 6%. So that's how our business model works. And it works particularly well with companies that are using that spend for marketing purposes, or ones that they would get a return on their investment within kind of a few months. And if the economics of the business is sound, we can really help to scale their business without kind of taking a dilution, without the founders taking a dilution. And when it comes to the question in terms of, I guess, how we think about underwriting or how we think about why the data is good is because I actually believe at the rawest forms, the data that we have that we're looking at is the transactional data. It's less the bank, the balance sheet, and kind of the statements that are oftentimes more of a derivative, or it's more of a, they also use the transaction data to kind of create the three financial statements, right? So I think what we do is we simply just go to the source, the raw data and the ingredients, and we kind of have built the model from scratch. And I think primarily what we really focus on is, and I think that's kind of where we have a different philosophy when it comes to how we think about the businesses. It's really that founders should be focusing on the core economics of the business. For every dollar that they spend, are they making more than $1, right? Hopefully that is the case. And if that is the case, then they have an economically sound business. And then I think a lot of the other, and if they have an economically sound business, we hope to kind of create an alternative where founders don't need to give up a large portion of their equity in order to scale that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I was reading in a report that you had invested $1 billion in 2019 in about 2,000 companies. Is that correct?
Yep,
okay.
That's right.
And are you on track for the same in 2020 as well?
So we'll be doing more in 2020, and I think our goals for 2020 is much more around kind of a new product per se. So I think like what you mentioned about the 20-minute term sheet, I think the 20-minute term sheet and kind of what we've done a couple of years back is we've made marketing capital. We made it fast and an alternative where it could really help replace, instead of raising equity or instead of taking capital to put into Google and Facebook, there's now an alternative, right? And I think for what we're looking to do next is when it comes to inventory, because when we think about e-commerce, the two biggest spends are either marketing or kind of cost of goods inventory, right? And currently, I think inventory plays a big dilemma in terms of how you manage the cash flows, because you have to buy inventory upfront before you can sell it, but then you don't make money until later, right? And I think one of the things that we're doing with our inventory financing product is that we read in the kind of the fulfillment centers and the 3PL data, and by doing that, we could actually de-risk that process entirely. So we want to actually help people fund their inventory, and they don't need to pay anything until they sell the product. So therefore, there's no kind of trying to play balancing of, oh, well, I'm paying X dollars for inventory today, but when will I sell it? But I still need to pay, kind of my interest payments or whatnot. So that's kind of what we're hoping to achieve for 2020.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for sharing that. And what kind of companies do you usually look for when you invest in e-commerce companies? It could be any e-commerce companies, or do you have specific verticals or industries that you target?
Yeah, we're pretty vertical agnostic when it comes to kind of e-commerce companies, and we're actually starting to expand a bit into the subscription, the SaaS space as well. So when it comes to e-commerce, we focus a lot more on the data from a fundamentally, is the business a healthy business? And the way we see this is that really there's kind of like two ways to grow, right? You could either take your profits and kind of acquire customers, right? So that's kind of the bootstrap way. Or you could kind of borrow, raise money, or raise capital in some form. And it's it'll be more than your profits because so you grow faster. But usually you have to either give up, maybe it's personal guarantees on the debt side, maybe it's equity, a piece of your company or control on the equity side. I think one of the things that that surprised us is that 40% of VC dollars go into Google and Facebook. So the winner is actually the big techs. And what it means is that in order to grow, you got to spend on Google and Facebook. But then in order to spend on Google and Facebook, you need to raise money. So then every time you're growing, you're losing a piece of your business. And I think especially for e-commerce businesses, like you said, customer acquisition is so core to the business that you're kind of faced with this dilemma of like, do I grow slowly and keep more of my business, or do I grow quickly but then I have to give up more of my business? And we actually believe it's a bit of a false dichotomy of do I have to pick between growing slow and growing fast? And I think for companies, this might be an alternative, which is kind of a different financing option, which is what we're hoping to provide. And it's encouraging that we're seeing kind of more fintechs in the space that's kind of innovating on different verticals and different sectors with kind of alternative financing solutions. Because at the end of the day, we actually have we partner with many VCs on this as well, and we believe that like even the VCs themselves, like that there's each VC dollar, ideally you're spending on true risk. It's venture capital. It's true risk capital. Hopefully we're spending on R&D, launching a new product, launching a new country. And we've actually partnered with VCs so that it basically extends for every dollar they're investing into a company, it could be stretched a bit longer, right? Because now that dollar is spent on what it was meant to be spent on, which is R&D and developing new product lines rather than spent on Facebook, right? So.
You touched base on that you have started investing in SaaS companies as well, right? So what kind of analytics or what kind of numbers do you look for in terms of the data driven approach that you have? Because in e-commerce, you could look at the sales numbers, month over month. Is it the subscriptions that you look for, or what kind of data integration platforms do you work with on that side as well?
Yeah, that's right. It's quite similar, I think, at the core. What we look at both on the e-commerce and the SaaS side, there's really two big areas there's many other factors, but I think if I were to boil it down, there are just kind of two big areas that businesses spend most of their time thinking about. One is essentially for SaaS companies, LTV, right? The lifetime value of a customer. Once I get one of these customers, how long do they stay with me, right? Once, like for example, Netflix is a good example. Once I subscribe to Netflix, how many months will I stay subscribed to Netflix? So we pull in a lot of data in regards to the retention in terms of how long each cohort of customers can persist for. And then on the other side, similar to that of e-commerce, is really the acquisition front. How much does it cost to acquire a customer, right? How effective are the advertising? How effective is the marketing to do such?
And what are your plans for the next year? I know you have launched in UK and Europe market as well. What are your future goals for the company? Are there going to be more regional expansion that is going to take place, or are you going to deep down into those specific markets as a business?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're starting to do is we've been primarily focusing our efforts in North America, Canada and US for the last couple of years now, and the next market we're looking into is Europe. So, and I think Europe is interesting because each country and each market is slightly different. So there's a good amount of kind of localization that needs to be done. So we're starting to think a bit about what does the product look exactly the same for each country, and I guess we're not too sure what the answer is yet. And I think this goes back to that idea of like. On the press, it might look like everything's figured out, but we're still taking customer feedback daily and trying to understand what is the right product, where can we improve, and it's a lot of learnings and boots on the ground.
And one of the things that often comes up is having brand ambassadors for your organization. So you work with Gary Vaynerchuk. He's a big proponent of your business. You also have a Dragon's Den in your ranks. How much does that factor in when you go and ask for when you are raising millions of dollars to invest in these companies? And the reason I'm asking is, if there is another startup that has to come on board which does the same thing as you, how tough would be for them to gain entry into the market, and how much does the brand recognition and the influencer brands that you work with they impact the business and its growth as well?
Yeah, I think that the brand has similar to PR. Like the reason someone would choose a company is usually due to trust, right? You believe that that company has the right set of intentions, that they're doing things that are hopefully intended well for your business, whether that be software, whether that be a fintech like ours. And so, but I think when it comes to, let's say, whether it's raising capital or whether it's kind of finding customers, it comes down to the numbers. It comes down to kind of, how good is the product really, and how useful is it for the founders. And when we think about kind of competition or kind of people entering the space, we actually think it's a really good thing, right? Because traditionally, if you wind the clock back 5 years ago or 10 years ago, this kind of a different way to finance is not a question, right? So that choice is actually not a false dichotomy. There was a choice where founders actually had to make, where do I grow slowly and bootstrap, or do I raise money and give up a piece of my company? And I think it's only through kind of, innovating on these financial options and products that we can actually create a third option, which is if your business is sound, there's no reason to do either. You could grow quickly and keep your company. So I think we're actually really excited to see that more of the space, whether that's ranging from big players to kind of the smaller startups, are starting to kind of pay more attention to the space and say, oh, there's an opportunity here. Like Clearbanc might be focusing on one vertical or angle, but I think there's other founders there that are underserved. And I think that's what we're trying to do as well. At the end of the day, our goal is to help founders kind of grow their business and help them succeed and hit their goals. And I think a lot of, even throughout history, nothing is really accomplished by one company, right? Or it's usually the community as a whole kind of pushing through, being resilient, and kind of moving and shifting the whole industry. So that's how we kind of see the space.
Perfect. What's your take on the diversity and inclusion? I know Clearbanc funds 8 times more women entrepreneurs. I think that's what I found out on one of the chats that you had. Yeah. So is the data-driven approach, fair compared to the traditional approach that we take? Because all you do at Clearbanc is, take the data-driven approach, find out, which companies are, suitable for an investment from Clearbanc, and due to that approach, it's established that you have 8 times more women entrepreneurs that have been funded through your model compared to the other traditional models. How do you look at that angle of diversity and bringing more, data-driven approaches which are unbiased and which are fair to the whole ecosystem this year?
Yeah, I think we're pretty proud of the fact that we fund 8x more women than kind of traditional VCs. It's a nice data point to kind of validate that we're one step in the right direction. But I don't think it's enough, right? I think it's just a start, and there's a lot more work to be done when it comes to, as you mentioned, kind of funding a more diverse group of founders. Because I think if as a sector as a whole, if we fund more diverse founders, whether that be male, female, as well as kind of different, not different ethnicities, and just stopping it there, but in terms of people with different backgrounds, it means that we're actually solving, because at the end of the day, you start a company to solve a problem, right? So if we're funding a more diverse group, it means we're actually tackling a broader spectrum of problems, which is, I think, net a positive for the society. I think the part you mentioned about kind of data and biases, I like that, because we think very similarly. It's very important to be conscious of the biases. We all have them, right? It's to no fault of an individual, the nature of our upbringing, the environment we grew up in, the school we went to. It's kind of human to have biases, but it doesn't make it right? It doesn't make it and doesn't mean that we should just stay with the status quo just because it is. And for data specifically, I think it's very much the same of like garbage in, garbage out, right? If you feed a model with all male founders, for example, then it's likely going to spit out saying that male founders are more likely to be successful, which is not the case, right? So, and I think that is also a very similar kind of biases when it comes to training models, when it comes to smaller cities or regions that typically don't get funding, right? Because they don't get funding, not as many good entrepreneurs come out of it or success stories. So therefore, they keep getting less funding. It's like a vicious cycle. So I think step one is to be very conscious of these biases, call them out, and I think actually the fact that one of the benefits of this kind of unprecedented time is that kind of, I guess, like this conference, right? Like the world is going a bit more remote, and the world is starting to open up where previously kind of whether it be an event or a pitch or an investor listening to someone, you would kind of require that person to do it in the city over coffee or at the boardroom. Now you can do it by Zoom or kind of by one of these just completely remote by dialing in. And I think the more we start to open up to those options, the more we start to listen to those pitches and hear from founders that come from non-traditional cities, the more pleasantly surprised we'll be with the results that, yes, there are good founders that come out of UConn, right? Like just because there's a lower population doesn't mean that there's no good companies. I actually have a couple of, I know for a fact there's actually some really good entrepreneurs from UConn. So I think as the world is becoming more kind of globalized, it's if we kind of keep pushing and keep pushing the envelope in terms of having these conversations with people that perhaps traditionally wouldn't get these conversations, it would then start to kick off the reverse of the cycle, which is you talk to people that are from a smaller demographic or whatever it might look like, and then you get pleasantly surprised that the results are good. It actually leads to better results, and then that reinforces that cycle, right? So I think there's a lot of work to be done as a community, but yeah, that's how we think about from a data and model perspective as well.
And let me take this one step further, and this is a good gossip conversations as well, which is happening with the buzzwords around AI. What do you think, is the future of the data-driven approaches? Is AI going to be, taking over more prominence in making decisions for companies like yours, or what's the future of AI look like to you when you invest in companies? And do you have already, implemented mechanisms in your organizations which are AI driven and takes the approach, to make those decisions for your organization?
Yeah, so I think there's the way we think about kind of AI and making use of it. It's I think there's two things that we believe in. One is that humans probably have better judgment per se from we want our founders that we fund to be the ultimate deciders of their fate, which is their company. So it's a lot of the tools that we're actually building and providing to our portfolio companies are also AI driven. We provide them with kind of recommendations, kind of insights into the business, and the way we think about it is that AI is likely not going to replace humans from a decision-making perspective, but it's more likely going to assist in providing kind of different options, right? It kind of opens up what this could look like. It allows, for example, things that would take a human hours to do on a spreadsheet and scenario plan for an AI to be done within minutes, right? And just say, hey, would you like option A and option B? And allow the human to make the trade-off decisions. I think that's where the human actually really the value of a human's judgment really shines through. It's less about the number crunching, but it's more about making that ultimate trade-off decision of should I pick more A or should I pick more B? I think that this actually holds true in general when I think about decision making as you're kind of growing a business. One of the things that I've really come to learn in the years is that founders should really trust their taste, if you will. What I mean by that is, if you think about it, I'm not a good designer. I'm not sure if you have a design background, but I'm not a good designer. But I kind of know, you kind of tell, right? Like when a design is good or bad. You might not be able to design it. You might not be able to put your finger to it in terms of why it's bad or why you don't like it, or nor can you do a better job yourself. But you kind of have pretty good taste of whether it's good design or bad design. And I think similarly, as founders are building out their companies, what we hope to do is to empower them more to be the people that are making the ultimate, I guess, taste judgment, not to have them build the designs of actually building it out, but choosing, do I like this design better, or do I like option B better? And have perhaps more and more of that number crunching, the pixel kind of placing more towards the AI and having tools to help that. So that's kind of how we view decision making and kind of as things go forward.
Thanks for sharing that. I know this is a huge discussion topic right now in the tech circles, with Elon Musk taking one side and the other entrepreneurs taking the other side as well. So I just wanted to get it out there. Going back to the story about how you started and how you grew the organization, one of the key important things with any organization is people. And having a solid core team that allows you to independently take over tasks, run those systems, run the processes. Walk me through that initial phase of hiring and growth, and what were the characteristics that you were looking for when you were hiring those initial people, and what kind of mechanism do you have right now, basically, to hire people? So what's your hiring parameters look like, and if you could just throw some light on that.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think hiring is something that we think a lot about, and it's something that I think is pretty fundamental to a business, right? Because if you think about it, when you look at a business, you take a step back, the financials are really the outputs, right? Like the company makes XYZ products, they sell it, and then after a year, you look at the numbers, you're like, oh, we made this much money, right? That's the financials. The inputs are really the people, right? Who's building the products? Who's making the sale? It's really the people who are the inputs. And the input for the people is the leading indicator, and financials is kind of a lagging indicator. Like if you made all the wrong people decisions, you probably won't see that hit the revenue or the bottom line tomorrow, but you'll probably see it come sooner or later as a lagging indicator. So I think we give a lot of thought in terms of how we're hiring, especially you mentioned kind of early on. I think the smaller the business, the incremental person that comes in represents a larger proportion of the voices in the room, right? And I think those hiring decisions, early days when we were making hiring decisions, it was very much everyone had to meet everyone, so that you rather kind of hire slow, but make sure you bring on the right people than the reverse. And I think from kind of the way we think about hiring now, we've kind of carried on that same ethos where each person that we hire, we hope that that person is better than us, right? I think my personal strengths comes in very much the 0 to 1 or kind of early phase. Whether it's people on our team, our kind of our new CFO, for example, like they are much better operators at whatever they do than I am. And when you actually believe that the people that you've hired are truly better than yourself in whichever domain that they're running, then I think you're probably making the right hire. If you don't think that case is true, then I would, then perhaps, like at least for us, we will question whether that's the right hire or not. So the way we think about it is that each person should be trying to almost, as they're working and building the company, we're almost trying to work ourselves out of a job rather than more into the job, right? So as we're building the company, it starts off being the founders kind of owning, the founders kind of responsible, wearing many hats and being responsible for each part of the company. As you kind of give one of the hats away to one of the new hires or one of the new members of the team, if you don't, we try to make sure that that person is a lot better than us in that specific domain.
Thanks for sharing that. And this is one question that came through, some of the members that we work with in our audience as well. as they grow and expand, what are the things that they should be looking at, and how much value, each incremental person, as you mentioned, brings on the team as well. I think I'll go back to Tiffany here, our host, and basically, see if we have some questions from the audience. But thank you so much for sharing your insights here, Charlie, and I really appreciate you taking your time from a busy schedule to be with us this morning and sharing all the tidbits of the business. And congratulations once again to the huge success Clearbanc has. I have a few questions that I see come on from the audience. So maybe I'll just pick one question and I'll go back to Tiffany after that.
Sounds good.
What's the main issue facing the investment landscape right now, in your opinion? So again, I think this relates to the traditional venture capital. So what are the main issues that you see in the traditional venture capital that you're trying to rectify and trying to make amends to? If you want to just mention what Clearbanc does differently from the other traditional venture capital.
Yeah, I think we're actually quite complementary to the traditional venture capital. So I think traditional venture capital is, I think if you look back to like venture capital, it was first invented or was first kind of created for really R&D, right? It's back in the day, it was, whether it's back in the early kind of computer chip manufacturing days or kind of developing software in the early days, people raise venture capital and it's kind of equity capital because it's true equity risk, right? Like, I don't know, let's say creating Apple or Microsoft, you don't know whether that software is going to be worth anything or will be useful in any way. So therefore, you're willing to give away a piece of your company and take that high level of risk. But also, the investors also get similar levels of returns. I think over the course of, I think we've kind of stuck with that one vehicle or one mechanism to fund all initiatives, whether from very risky things that we're still doing, which is really good, like self-driving cars, AI, biotech, making new drugs, like that. Those I think need to be continuously invested in, and then also to the spectrum of the less risky things. For example, spending that incremental dollar on Facebook ads, right? Like, is that really that risky? And I think those are the initiatives that we're hoping to not actually. Our goal is to actually have venture capital dollars not go there, because for every venture capital dollar that doesn't go on spending Facebook, it means that it should be spent on R&D or something that's truly risk capital worthy. And we think that's better for kind of the founders and society net as a whole. So
I will take up another question, and then I promise I will pass on to Tiffany here. What's your advice to the e-commerce startup founders, as they go for raising capital? And this is specifically for the e-commerce and the SaaS startups that you work with. What's your one key advice to them, on when they should be approaching either traditional VC or Clearbanc? What are the things that they need to have in place and set up so that they are ready and will be looked with interest by the investors?
Yeah, I think maybe first step is to recognize what are your goals? Like, what kind of company does one want to build? And I think, do you want to actually build a venture scale business, or do you want to build a cash flowing business that could kind of, maybe Tim Ferriss 4-hour work week is a good example. Like, what kind of business are you really going after? And I think that'll dictate whether you want to raise venture capital, whether you want to raise more debt, whether you want to use something like Clearbanc. For Clearbanc, I would encourage you to sign up, and that way our system will automatically notify you when you qualify. But I think in terms of what to really pay attention to, I would say it goes back to the key metrics and the fundamentals of the business, which is, if a business have great economics, like, that's the fundamentals of the business. What that means is, how much are you paying to acquire a customer? Is it scalable? And how much, once you get that customer, will they pay you, right? And if you have good economics, that kind of means that you could become profitable at any time. It doesn't mean you could become profitable tomorrow, but it means that you have a path towards profitability if you so choose to. And a mentor had always told me this, that the reason you want to have good economics and be profitable and have good margins is that it earns you the freedom to be unprofitable if you want to be. Right? It earns you the freedom to say, because I know my economics are solid, I want to raise venture capital and grow unprofitably for a number of years, or whatever that might look like. But having those solid economics and numbers is what gives you that freedom to do so. To me, for anyone who's building a business, I would encourage them to pay really close attention to. They're simple questions, but actually not trivial to answer, right? Because you can dig in very deep into in terms of how much the customer is worth from a retention perspective. You could dig very in depth from a Google Analytics perspective in terms of how much does it really cost me to get a customer. But I'd say those are the two fundamental questions. It's how much does it take for you to acquire a customer, and how much is that customer going to pay you?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charlie, for all your insights and knowledge this morning. I'm sure our audience would appreciate and learn a lot of from this talk here as well.
Pleasure,
again, thank you so much, and it was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. The pleasure's all mine.
Thanks. I'll go back to Tiffany now to continue with the rest of the proceedings for this day here.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much again, Charlie, for joining us. It was fascinating hearing your insights, and we really appreciate you joining us today. Now, to discuss the good, the bad, and the ugly of venture capital for startups, we will be joined by Maninder Dhaliwal. Maninder is the founding chair of Thai Angels Vancouver, an investment forum that leverages the Indus Entrepreneurs Global Investor Network of 72 global chapters. She serves on the board of Harvard Alumni Association BC and also on the advisory board of San Francisco-based Spark Labs Foundry, which curates and pairs the world's best startups with mid-markets, Fortune 500s, and Global 2000 firms for M&A. Previously, she was an entrepreneur in residence at BC Tech, responsible for providing strategic mentorship to CEOs of companies with annual revenues between $250,000 and $25 million. She received her master's in electrical engineering from University of BC and executive education from Harvard Business School. She holds a professional engineering designation from the Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscience of BC and corporate director designation from the Institute of Corporate Directors. Her background includes technology development and commercialization in Canada and the United States. The venture capital and M&A towards innovation applications and technology startups in Silicon Valley and emerging markets in Southeast Asia. Her awards and honors include Business in Vancouver's Top 40 Under 40, Daily Hive 30 Most Influential People in Tech, Canada Board Diversity Council's Diversity 50, recognizes Canada's most diverse and eligible corporate board candidate, and Thomson Reuters Canada's Top 40 Influencers in Finance and Innovation. As well, to discuss the ins and outs of venture capital with Maninder, we have Peter Vandergraat. Peter Vandergraat is a successful startup veteran with over 35 years of experience leading companies through multiple financing operations, build-outs, acquisitions, mergers, and buyouts. Peter has in the past, or is currently, chairman, director, consultant, or investor of over 20 for-profit organizations, as well as he supports the following not-for-profit organizations: Entrepreneurship at UBC, a University of British Columbia seed stage investment fund and program, and the Clarity Foundation, a nonprofit startup foundation. In the past, Peter supported 2 federal government activities. He was a member of the Science, Technology, and Innovations Council, and he was the Global Advisory for Global Affairs Canada. Peter holds a master's degree in electrical engineering from the University of BC and is the recipient of multiple awards for entrepreneurship. Please join me in welcoming Maninder and Peter. Welcome.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Tiffany.
You're very welcome. I will let you guys take it from here.
Okay. Well, thank you. And Maninder, thank you so much for joining us today. I think the audience is always interested in the perspective of investors. It helps them sort of understand what's on the other side of the table when they're in asking for money. So welcome and thanks for your time. And also, given your broad network, I think you're going to really have some interesting perspective for our audience on, what the current state of the art is on the investor. I call it the buy side. And so we'll do a little bit of role playing. I'll play the sell side and you can play the buy side. And maybe just to kick things off, I was very surprised, but the Canadian Venture Capital Association announced that this past quarter, so that would be Q2, was the most active investment quarter in their history. So deals are getting done. So for those entrepreneurs listening in, it's not as bleak as you might think out there. There is actually money being invested and investors excited about hearing your story. And maybe the first question to you, Maninder, is we've heard people talk about the K-shaped recovery. So back in March, when the world came to a close, everything went south. And then as time marched on, there became sort of winners and losers. If your business counted on people in crowds, like let's say in transportation, for example, you suffered mightily. On the other hand, if your business supported, say, working from home, man, you're on fire. So I'm very curious, Maninder, is that what you're seeing out there in terms of deals? Are you seeing investors really bifurcate and there's the haves and have-nots out there?
Absolutely. Thank you. I did want to say, first of all, that if I knew that Tiffany had to read my entire bio, I would have gone with a much shorter one. So sorry about that. Yes, the point you're making, Peter, is absolutely correct. So there are haves and have-nots. And even though more money is exchanging hands, that divide is being reinforced. And I actually have never seen it this strong. So if you have a business that is fundable, and I think a previous speaker made a point, like, do you have a business that is fundable? Which is, I would say, venture-backed. And a lot of the businesses are not, and mainly because you actually don't need money to scale. So that's the first decision. So businesses that are fundable, good fundamentals, they need the money and they're happy to raise the money, we are getting term sheets faster than we ever have, and bigger. So more money is being offered. And then the have-nots is, these are the projects where I would say one of the things are missing. Either the business case is not strong enough, or it is, but it's not clearly articulated. You don't have a clear path to capital allocation. What are you going to do in the next 12 to 18 months with this money? Those ones, actually, the no's are coming faster than ever before as well. So this is definitely a K-shaped, even in the investment world.
Okay, thanks, Maninder. And then maybe just to keep up the theme of letters in the alphabet, investors are always looking down the road because you're really investing in the future. So you're trying to guess the future. And I guess my question to you is, do you see the K being followed by an X? And what I mean by an X is you've got a company that's on fire somewhat artificially because we're all stuck at home. And are investors looking past this period to imagine what a post-COVID-19 world looks like? And is your business going to sort of maybe come back down to earth? So that would be one part of the X. But the other part of the X is, say you've got what should be a good business in normal times. I don't know, let's say you're a supplier to the entertainment industry or the travel industry. You've got a great product, you've got a good, strong value proposition, but your customers are on their knees. They won't buy anything. But time passes, things return to normal, and that business should be investable and exciting down the road. And of course, investors always want to sort of invest ahead of, what do they say? They invest on rumor and sell on fact. So I guess my question to you is, do you see this K followed by an X of some sort?
Well, I see, I think that's a great question. The way investors see it, the way I would see it, there are macro trends and there are micro trends. So macro trends are always going to stay. And I'm working with a clean tech project, which is R&D, that we know climate change is the next wave, or it's happening. So those will continue. A lot of the things will go back to where they were, and a lot of the things were not. Customers who are shopping online, they will start shopping in stores again, but they will not give up the online factor. People, online banking, online signatures. I like yourself, I have some background in working with the government. And remote meetings was an absolute no-no until March, like not going to happen. You have to come to Ottawa for every single meeting. That's set in stone and that's the way it is. And now the meetings are happening online and they are productive, they are effective. So I don't think we're going back to the way the world was. Some things have changed and they will stay changed. And some things will come back to, as the restaurants open again, as the transportation picks up again, they will come back. But when you're looking at that, if as an investor, we're looking at 12 to 18 month runway. And 12 to 18 months, we expect things to stay quite similar to where they are right now. But R&D projects, they have a 5 to 6 year runway that you look at macro trends. So I would say the answer to your question is both yes and no.
Thanks, Maninder. That's excellent. And I think that's really helpful to reinforce to our audience that what you're hearing is they expect this, let's call it this topsy-turvy world for in this sort of 9 to 18 month time frame. And it won't necessarily go back to normal. It won't go, I don't want to call it normal, there'll be a new normal, but it won't go back to the way it was. So thanks for that. So then maybe, and by the way, Tiffany, if there's questions from the audience, I would love to, pose those to Maninder. In the meantime, I'll keep pestering her with my questions. So for any of you listening in, please feel free to share some questions. So Maninder, maybe another question is, at least from your perspective, what are your areas of interest? What do you think is an attractive space these days for investors? For example, last year, maybe it was AI. God, if you had any kind of AI company, investors were knocking at your door. What can you pass on to our audience as to, what's getting attention these days?
Well, in industry, we have what I would call sophisticated investors, and then there are people with money. So there are two different kinds, and there are always trends that do matter. I mean, 2 years ago, cannabis was huge. But if you're an entrepreneur completing a round, you need to be in a sweet spot where the sophisticated investors get you and are willing to lead the round, but other people are happy to write a check because you're on trend. You are on what they read in the newspapers. So I would say where the things that are long-term, where we see a lot of projects in clean tech is huge. People are getting the point that the world is going to change. Even the ones who weren't getting it before, they're getting it now. So clean tech is huge. Anything direct-to-consumer brands, a lot of these are large companies used to own, I won't name any names, but they used to own brands, and all the food was created more for shelf life rather than for nutrition. And that is a trend that people are picking up. And it's not just young people, the millennials, the Zoomers, everybody else is figuring out, okay, food needs to be better quality than something that can sit on a shelf for 2 years and it's still good to eat. So that is a trend we're seeing, is high quality food with actual scientifically backed, why is it good for you? The working from home, cybersecurity, and working from home brings a lot of different things that are different. So people are using their own computers. So cybersecurity, we're seeing a lot of that, especially in SaaS. Anything that's remote, and we see the world as there will be a combination from working from home and working remotely. Working from home and working from the office. There will be a mix going forward. So anything that helps people collaborate better is on trend. So those are a few things that I'm seeing, and they're all over the place, but eventually what is, as an entrepreneur, it's your job to convince the investor that there's a massive addressable market. And this is the right time to do what you're doing. And some people may have done this before, it didn't work, why would it work for you? And that the burden for that is always on the entrepreneur to show the investors.
Thanks, Maninder. Great answer. So maybe shifting a little bit to investor syndicates. So you had mentioned lead investors. I'm curious as to whether you've seen the mix of, say, deal size or investor syndicate members change. Historically, there may be a lead investor, which is typically a venture capitalist that will do all the due diligence and set the terms of the deal, but oftentimes joined by strategic investors, corporate investors, to fill out a round. I'm just wondering if you're seeing any changes out there with COVID-19 in terms of investor syndicates?
Yes. So when we're talking about funding, so there are two distinct layers, and they do get mixed up. So it's really different, but distinct layers as the first level is angel investing. And this is where the first time you go raise outside money. So entrepreneurs would fund the project themselves. There'd be friends and family, these people you know. And first time you go to raise money from outsiders, these are angels. And these are people who invest their own money. There are some seed funds that encroach on the angel territory, but mostly it is individuals, and those syndicates are angel groups. I am a member of 3 of them in British Columbia, and they are all, they're even within the syndicates, there are people, like if somebody's writing a check, they will email me and I will match them because we work together and I trust their judgment. So that is when you're going to a pre-Series A or a Series A, at that time, the dollar amount is much higher than what individuals can do. And there are exceptions, but mostly these would be funds. And funds are people managing and investing somebody else's money. The principle is the same. You get one lead to believe in the product, the first person to be willing to write a check. And then these are concentric circles. The first one, I'm willing to write a check. I support an entrepreneur. I go to 50 people that I worked with in the past and say, hey, this is a great project. This is how much I'm willing to put in. This is remaining. Does anybody want to come in with us? And then after that, we'll move one level out. And these are the angels I know, but maybe not worked with. And then we'll move outwards till the round is complete. And that happens at the higher level as well. But funds will do this and not individuals. With the changes that I'm seeing, some of the things that I'm noticing is because we are home. So I used to split my time between San Francisco, Mumbai, and here, and everything was mobile. Now it's highly geographically focused. So projects that I'm seeing from all over the world, but even though it is remote and you think, oh, I can talk to anybody in the world anywhere, but the existing relationships have started to matter more than they did. So if I needed to talk to an investor in New York, I'll just fly out there with the entrepreneur, we'll have a conversation. So geographically, I am spending more and more time with my 3 angel groups in BC than I'm doing with my remote connections. So being in the same geography shouldn't matter because we are remote, but I'm finding that when it comes to writing a check, it's starting to matter more.
You know, that's a great comment because I've always said that due diligence is a full contact sport. And if you can't travel, it's difficult and challenging to do that. So thanks, Maninder. That's very helpful. I want to maybe, and by the way, just a shout out to the audience. Don't be shy. If you've got questions for Maninder, please send them my way. I can read them and I can ask Maninder. So Maninder, maybe a question on fund economics for for basically those entrepreneurs out there that maybe haven't done an A round before. So if you can talk through, I'm a VC, I'm raising a round, maybe it's $100 million. And by the way, this is just to give them a sense of how VCs think about valuation, how they think about portfolio values. Gee, why? Because I know my company is going to be a complete home run, why are they valuing it like it's going to be a single, or a double? And so maybe you could talk to the portfolio and how VCs kind of come at the reality, which is not every investment works out, and therefore I need my winners to really win big in order to have a return.
Well, when it comes to fund economics, and angels are more or less the same, even though it's their own individual money. On average, 9 out of the 10 investments do not work out. And when I say do not work out, they could be alive for 7 to 10 years, but we're not getting our money back. So 1 out of the 10 will pay back, and the timing depends. In San Francisco, it's much faster. In India, it's much slower. But if I'm writing 10 checks, I know that 9 of them will not work out, will not come back. But the 1 will pay for those 9 plus extra. And that's the math. And at the fund level, that's also the math as well. When you're looking at funds, so the numbers that I'm going to mention are based on my experience. So that is the caveat here. It is a multiple of revenue, and you will get anything between 4 to 20 times the revenue. And why the range? A lot of it is individual opinion of the person writing a check. If you are a project that's on trend, you will get 20 times the multiple. If you're a project on trend in San Francisco, you will definitely get the multiple because there's more money at play there. And so if all things are in place, $1 million ARR will get you a $20 million valuation. Any of the pieces are missing, that number will come down, and it could be as much as 2 to 3 times of what your revenue is, what they think the company's worth. And the other thing that fund managers will look at, they ideally want to own at least 20% of the company. So at any round, this is the tug of war. At 30% dilution is too much, even at the angel round, 30 is too much. 20 for the entrepreneur, you want to stick between 12 to 15. The fund guys will settle for 20. If it's 30, then you better have a plan. And sometimes, you have a engine and it just needs more fuel. Then you will raise money because you will make up the difference in the next round. So if it's 30, you better have a plan and you better articulate it to the investors. So those are calculations. They're complex. It will depend upon, are you a B2B company? Are you a B2C? Are you a complex R&D? So it's hard to answer it generally, but what I can say is whatever your revenue is, it's 4 to 20 times, provided you are a fit within what the entrepreneurs want to invest in. If you have $1 million in revenue, doesn't mean you can go to any investor and they will at least give you the company's worth $4 million. If everything is in place, even then there is a range. So if you're an entrepreneur raising money, make sure you have everything that you can do on your deck, have it on your deck. If there's a partnership that will make your company worth more, make sure that conversation already starts before you start raising money, because you will get cheaper capital and a much better deal. So sorry, I hope I answered that. It's really difficult to be definitive about that.
Yeah, I think you did, Maninder, and thanks for that. I mean, I guess I want to make sure that the entrepreneurs listening right now aren't taking their spreadsheets and typing in revenue times 20. And good news, Maninder says this is my value, because like you said, Maninder, that number is sort of priced to perfection. You have got to have sticky customers, low cost to acquire customers, sort of revenue upside with customers over time. I mean, really everything has to be perfectly in place. And, the reality is companies wouldn't have that. But thanks for that. And again, that was primarily for a sort of a SaaS business model. For companies that are making hardware or maybe don't have recurring revenue, obviously there's different valuation metrics. But by the way, we're now getting some questions from the audience. So here's a question from Gary, and this is for a SaaS company. We're SaaS companies supplying trucking industries. My question is this an active area for investors for trucking companies? So that's transportation, which maybe if everything's now at home, maybe that's a happy time for transportation companies. So anyways, Maninder, any thoughts there?
Yes, I mean, transportation, there's a couple of things that I'm seeing that are hot in the sector. So last mile delivery, even with Amazon, last mile delivery is going to be done by a truck or somebody driving something, bringing stuff to your home. So this is what I would call an evergreen area. It will always be required. The parts where I'm seeing activity in the transportation, using AI to save fuel, electric charging is where we're seeing activity in how to optimize load. So it's basically saving energy, saving costs, and green. Those are a couple of things where I'm seeing things in transportation. And it all depends what you're providing. If you are providing billing and it's an archaic manual system, you're automating it. You just have to show that, the point that I like to make is either you are a painkiller or you are a nutritional supplement. If you are a product that is a painkiller for the industry, that they have to have it now, it makes sense on day one, then you are in good shape, no matter what your industry is. If you are making something non-urgent better, then it's a slightly lower number. But I would have to see what exactly you do for the industry to answer that specifically.
Okay, thanks, Maninder. Another question from the audience. So we were talking about valuation as a multiple of revenue, but what if you're early stage, you don't have any revenue and you still need money? Well, how do you come at valuation then?
That is a really, really good question. So yes, so if you don't have revenue, what I would say is you have to convince investors the company is worth that much. And the example that I would like to use is, a project. It's an ag tech project. It will revolutionize the way carbon is captured in the soil during agriculture. So the way we are for making it, like, in order to raise money, we have to convince investors this is a $100 million company. And a couple of things to convince investors is, first of all, you're solving a real problem. The problem actually exists. This is how much money would be saved by using your product. And make sure, even if you don't have the product, there's testimonials from people who are willing to buy it. And if you can't have the product, you can't ship it, make sure at least you get letters of intent from customers saying that they will buy it if this exists because this is a real problem. Second way to make these pre-product, pre-revenue companies credible is to have a good advisory board. So a lot of it, people think us investors, we have a lot of spare time, and you do a lot of due diligence, but a lot of it is you look at who else is there, and it's a lazy way of doing it. But with the number of deals that we have to look through, you base a lot on credibility of other people. So you need to have an advisory board where people who understand your industry are willing to lend you their name. That helps a lot. And this could be, if in our ag tech company, we have a professor from Stanford that specializes in specifically that thing, and one of the best experts in the world. He's willing to come on the advisory board and say, okay, this, and then investors like, okay, this is a real problem, because if I'm a fund manager in New York, I don't know enough about ag tech, but I can read this guy's bio. I know how many white papers he's written. He's a published author. If he is willing to put his name to it, it must be good. So pre-revenue, pre-product, you have to use other ways of convincing the investor that you are a good bet.
Thanks for that, Maninder. Maybe a follow-on for that, because you mentioned customer testimonials. If you're pre-revenue, if you're post-revenue, fine. You just call up the customers and say what you think, and you can look at revenue traction. But with your pre-revenue, let's do some role-playing. I've got a solution. I think you're a natural fit. I come to you, Maninder, and ask for one of these support letters. In your experience, how detailed do these support letters have to be? So, for example, and it could be, hey, Peter, it was good talking to you. Gee, it looks like you're solving a pain point I have. I'm looking forward to re-engaging when you're ready to go to market. Okay, so that would be one extreme. And the other extreme is, oh, Peter, I'm over the moon. I've got this pain point right now. It's costing me X. I'm looking forward to spending Y. And so I'm hoping that we can do a deal in January. So one is, this sort of spectrum of softness versus firmness for those support letters. Just curious to, where our entrepreneurs should try to get to.
Well, second is always better. Second is absolutely always better, especially when you can have numbers around, we will buy 10,000 units at approximately this much price. That is the best. That is absolutely the best. You do want soft testimonials. I saw a project recently from New York, and they had a copy paste of an email from Elon Musk, and Elon was like, great, good for you guys. And so it depends upon who is it from. And I have to tell you, in a room full of people, that's all investors talked about. Oh my God, this guy knows Elon Musk. So it depends, but I would say, and if you could get Elon to write you a letter in detail that he would buy this much, you're golden.
Got it. Thank you. So let's talk about competition, and how do you as an investor evaluate competition? So I'm coming in, I'm telling you my story, I've got these testimonials, you're saying, gee, it sounds pretty good. I wonder, who else is out there? What do you expect from an entrepreneur, first of all, in their pitch deck on the competition? And then how do you, in your due diligence, start to validate those things?
Well, it depends. So when you say competition, and people say, oh, somebody else is doing this already, that is actually not a bad thing. That means that, there is money to be made in the market. The problem actually exists. And, So you don't have to come up with a brand new idea. And somebody says, sometimes there's a reason that the road less traveled is less traveled. So if nobody is doing anything in a sector, maybe there's a reason not to do it. So competition that way is not an issue, as long as the entrepreneur can prove what is your secret sauce. And if you are a number 2 player in the market, the other guys, they will just acquire you, which is good news for the investor. So that is not an issue. Where it does matter is you have to convince that, so actually when it comes to, preparing a pitch deck, I have a formula that I'm happy to share with the audience if there is of interest. So it's a PDF as to how the pitch deck should be sequenced. And if Tiffany and Gurvinder, if there's any interest, I'm happy to email that to you. It's open source and you can share it with the audience if there is interest. And this is what are the multiple things that you need in a deck. And this is that's how we evaluate at High Angels. That's how we evaluate when I invest in friends of mine. But these are the pieces that need to be in a presentation. So sorry, Peter, I lost track of your question. You may have to.
I'm preparing my pitch deck. The investor is going to ask about the competition. I want to basically explain why I'm better than the other guy.
Yes,
and maybe a little bit more detail, Maninder, because I'm on the buy side as well, and so oftentimes I see what I call the matrix slide. So yes. Down the side are a bunch of features and capabilities of this offering that I've got, and across the top is the competition. And then, not surprisingly, mine has got all green ticks, and all the other ones have got some red X's and the odd green tick, and basically it looks like they're a bunch of losers, and I'm a winner. And as a investor, I really get tired of those charts because, is that function really that important that you've got a tick and somebody, how? Maybe you can just help our audience understand what you look for in the competition slide.
That's a really good point. That competitor slide, that seems to be, it doesn't die. It's been going on for 20 years, and every slide deck has it. Well, the way I see the competition slide is, yes, you're going to show all green ticks. And it does matter, Peter, like you said, if you explain as to the features you have and the other people don't have, especially if you can provide a customer testimonial as to why this one is better. That helps. The other thing, the main point of the competitor slide, the way I see it, and it has morphed over since it started about 2 decades ago. The competitor slide shows that you're aware of who else is in the sector, who else is creating this product, and you'd be surprised how many entrepreneurs are just building something without knowing who else is doing and what else they're doing. But I wouldn't put, too much focus on the competitor slide as an investor. There is other people doing this. We kind of know that. If you can convince people that you can do it better, faster, cheaper, and therefore grow, it's kind of okay. And as we say, we're willing to write off 9 out of 10 investments, so we're going for home runs. We are going for moonshots. And that means every investment we put in, the upside needs to be massive. The downside is there. We all know that. But if you can convince people of the massive upside, I think the rest of it doesn't really matter.
Thanks for that, Maninder. I would also reinforce your point is that this model where 9 out of 10 don't work out really requires that 1 out of 10 to be a monster. And of course, you really don't know ahead of time which is going to be the one. So you need those big home run stories. And I do think it's important that entrepreneurs understand that, gee, well, look at my story. How could you not like this story? And it could be that it's just, frankly, the market's not big enough. And as a result, the economics don't work. So here's a question from the audience. And by the way, we've got about 4 minutes here. And I would, Maninder, like you to save maybe 1 minute at the end just to bring up something that you wanted that I haven't asked or we haven't asked, and yet just drives you nuts about entrepreneurs when they're coming for money. So here's one that I've heard it described a little bit differently. So an entrepreneur is looking at a suite of, an investor is looking at a suite of opportunities. Some have what they call a grade A entrepreneur with a grade B idea, and others have a grade B entrepreneur with a grade A idea. Of course, you'd like to have both grade A's, but maybe, Maninder, you could talk about how much emphasis you put on the person versus the idea.
Oh, 100% on the person. If person is not right, the rest doesn't matter.
Okay, so that's excellent. Remember that. And maybe another way that that I've kind of described that is usually, entrepreneurs find a way, and the future really never unfolds the way that business plan and that deck that you've got and spent so much time on. You get hit from the side, from up, down, sideways, and you've got to be able to be nimble and react. So that's a
really good point. One of the biggest successes I had as an investor, there were 7 pivots involved over 3 years.
Yeah.
So, but they kept, and so the entrepreneur, his thing was he had background experience and he learned from every time something happened. He learned. If you could show that, I mean, nobody knows everything. Innovation is messy business. Anybody who's able to make predictions, somebody says, seek the company of the people who are looking for the truth and run away from the ones who found it. And I think it's true for ideology, it's true for startup as well. You don't know. The market plan, first interaction with the customer, 90% of the market plans don't mean anything. So yes, and it's not, a lot of it is entrepreneur with previous experience, but if you are new, you're young, don't be disheartened. If you can show that you learned and you learn well, being young is an amazing thing, but it is all focused on your ability to stick with it, your ability to go through 7 pivots in 3 years. And that is what investors want to see.
Okay, well, that's very inspirational. Thank you. And we are almost out of time, Tiffany. So I think, Maninder, I'd like to just give you sort of the final word. Pass on some words of wisdom to our audience.
Wow, I would say this is mostly British Columbia audience, right?
I believe so, yes.
So one of the things about BC entrepreneurs, first thing I would say, have faith in yourself. The entrepreneurs are too humble. If you worked 3-4 years on an idea, you know more about it than anybody else. Take credit for it. Like, you do know what you're talking about. The third point that I would make for British Columbia entrepreneurs is where BC entrepreneurs fall flat is you don't have the networks. And I find it's extremely, I wouldn't use the word irritating. I'm disappointed, and this is what we want to change with Thai Angels. And if you look at the entrepreneurs who are getting funded, they all have some type of track record. They were on the C-suite of something that was big a couple of years ago. So if you're an entrepreneur who wasn't on the C-suite seat at the table at a venture-funded company, make sure you network, you go to events, and start socializing your project long before you're ready to raise money. Ask for advice on your deck. Get the feedback, get to know people, go to a lot of pitch competitions, maybe 6 to 12 months before you're actually raising money. So that's what I would say for the BC entrepreneurs. Network, network, network. Everything is global. You can join in a free event in Palo Alto, a free event in New York, free event in London. Do that. And, I'm working exclusively on BC projects since March, and I'm impressed by the quality of both entrepreneurs and the projects.
Well, that's great to hear. Great, maybe audience or a great statement to leave with. So, Tiffany, I don't know if you're listening in or how you jump in here or how we switch over to the next part of the day. But just again, Maninder, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure the audience really appreciated it. It's nothing like hearing directly from people who are writing checks on what they're looking for. So thank you.
Thank you for having me. This was fun.
Thank you so much, Maninder and Peter. It was fascinating to hear from you, Maninder, and as well, Peter, you were a fantastic interviewer. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And I will email that slide deck I wanted to share to Goodwinder, and you guys are welcome to share it as you see fit.
Perfect. And we will share that link with you guys. Once again, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. It has been an interesting year for everybody. Lots of adjustments, and not to mention running through your plans A, B, and C. Before we get into hearing about our next speaker, if you do have questions, feel free to jump onto Fraser Valley Tech Forum.ca. Under the Join Now, you will see a section that will get you to fill out your name and your email, and it'll jump to another part where you can fill in all of your questions, and then we'll ask all the questions to the speakers. We really want to hear all of your questions and insights. So, COVID has changed a lot of things in the world. And the biggest impact is on the way that we work. From working in sweatpants to maybe not wearing pants at all, it has become the norm. Working remote is now more common than ever, and we are more open to seeing the behind the scenes of our team members, whether that means kids screaming in the background or dogs barking. To discuss all about the future of work in a post-COVID era, we'll have Ilya Brodsky. He is the CEO and co-founder of VanHack, one of Canada's leading HR tech startups. He has been featured in Fast Company, Forbes, and Time. Ilya leads a team of over 30 employees from 11 countries with a mission of creating a borderless world for tech talent through jobs. He holds a bachelor's of applied economics from Cornell University and has helped raise over $100,000 for a variety of charities in Africa and South America. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ilya Brodsky.
Wow, that was a great intro. Thank you, Tiffany.
No worries. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, my pleasure. Is there a way for me to interact with the audience? Like, I'd just love to know who's here and what questions people have.
You can't see them, but I will be sending you questions.
Okay. Well, hi everyone out there in the world. I guess Fraser Valley, no matter where you're tuning in from. I have a presentation on Google Slides. Can I present, or how should I share screen? I guess is the way. Cool. Application Chrome tab. Oh, that's easy. Okay. Can you guys see this? Is it working?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I want to talk about the future of work, but more specifically on secret of hiring and keeping software talent, tech talent. I'm curious, just before we get started, anyone here want to be an entrepreneur, want to work at a startup, or want to be involved in that kind of space? I'm guessing yes. Again, I can't see the chat or questions, so just if so, be good to know. Yeah, I guess I can also just get into the presentation, but okay. So I'm just going to talk about how you can. So because of like, if you do want to work in tech, which I'm guessing you do want to work in tech, or maybe be a startup founder, you need to know how to work with tech talent, how to build software, how to build technical teams, how to understand what technologies to use, or at least know how to talk to developers. Mark Andreessen, who's the founder of Netscape, had this really great quote. There's going to be two types of people in the world in the future: those who tell technology what to do, and those who are told what to do by technology. I agree with him, except there's a third one, which I think is people who can tell those working with technology what to do. So if you can be that person who is not necessarily a developer yourself, but if you understand how to work with developers and not necessarily tell them what to do, but work together with them to create a great product, I think you'll be really successful. And so what we'll talk today about is a little bit about how VanHack, VanHack began, what our story is, a little bit of advantages to companies about how to hire remotely. I'm guessing a lot of you aren't like hiring right now, but this is something I think you would need to know or kind of keep in mind for when you do start your own project or your own company. Or if you're working in a tech team or tech startup, just understanding how this whole thing works, of how does this website get built, and this product that we are on here, StreamYard, how did this come to be, and what that actually looks like, and especially like the how to manage that is when you're working remotely. And so yeah, I just basically I want to prepare you to go into this kind of workforce, to know where things are at. To know how to deal with this, because you're going to be working with tech no matter what. Almost these days, right? Every company's a tech company. So yeah, who am I? What is VanHack? So Tiffany had a really nice intro for that. I will do Q&A after the presentation. Okay, thanks, Tiffany. Yeah, so I guess save your questions till the end, guys. So we've been around since 2015. We started off actually as an online school to teach software, to teach soft skills to technical talent. I spent 4 years living abroad in South America, and then came back here to Canada and realized that a lot of the technical professionals I met there wanted to come here. They were just missing that confidence, communication piece. And so we created this educational course to teach developers English, resumes, things like that. And then we just realized that, you were able to connect companies with great talent and became a double-sided marketplace of connecting developers and employers internationally. And we've made almost 1,000 hires now, and people like our CTO have come through our own hiring methods, and so we really know how to get people up to speed, how to hire them, identify them, and get them up to speed, and make sure that they're efficient. So yeah, let's talk more about what that looks like. So why kind of think about hiring, or what are the advantages of remote or international hiring? I'm not sure where you guys are at in your careers or how you're working, but like in the future, I guess now, we're working in a global economy. This whole aspect of COVID, what it's done, it's made the world much smaller. Where before we would only look for, let's say, a specific person like a marketing analyst or a salesperson or customer success locally. Now we can find those people anywhere, and of course with software developers as well. So companies more and more are open to this kind of global hiring aspect, and that's allowed them to find better candidates, hire people around the world all the time, hire more diverse teams, and generally move faster and have better quality candidates. And then what that's done for, I guess, people who are looking for jobs here is that's made the competition a little bit harder. It is definitely still a benefit that you are here in Canada or in a specific location, but just something to keep in mind of that you're competing in a global talent field, and at the same time too, that means that you could work for a company in New York or Toronto or San Francisco or somewhere else, or even a company that doesn't have a headquarters. Like NineHack, we don't have a headquarters; we're just distributed. So the whole job and geography are being decoupled more and more. I feel like people are just, it doesn't really matter where you live, as long as you have good Wi-Fi, you're able to do the work for most positions, and not just software development. For example, our team is completely distributed, and we have salespeople, recruiters, customer success, and software developers, marketing folks, all types of people. So just really important. So what does it look like when you're hiring or want to be hired remotely? So this is what kind of companies are looking for, and what you can, if you're ever hiring, what you should be looking for yourself. I think that things like proactivity and action speak a lot louder online than they do in person, maybe, because you can do, like, there is that kind of trust gap, I think, a lot larger than if you're able to sit down face to face and have a coffee, and you went to the same university, you have friends in common, you have this kind of built up trust. You don't really have that necessarily when you're looking for international jobs or remote jobs. Maybe you're applying to a job in somewhere else outside the Lower Mainland. Then you don't have that connection. So what can you do to stand out? And that's where being proactive and taking action, and kind of not waiting to have something happen makes a huge difference. And communicating as well makes an extra huge difference. So if you don't reply to an email, or the candidate's not replying to an email right away or kind of pretty quickly within, let's say, 24 hours max, is that person really engaged? Are they really serious? That starts to creep in more. So make sure that you're on top of things, and just be able to manage time and show that you're a trustworthy person, or find a trustworthy candidate is important. Cool. So what kind of can maybe hold things back, and what disadvantages are there? A lot of times when people think of like remote work or international hiring, or just generally like hiring someone they've never met before and physically, the quality and the trust aspect is huge, right? So is this person a legitimate professional? Are they going to do what they say? Do they do what they say they're going to do? Are they actually going to follow up, right? That's always the big question mark. And I think every time, like when someone's hiring or looking for work, but it's accented more when it's someone who's a foreigner, and I know like there's a lot of immigrants in Canada. Of course, I'm an immigrant myself, but still there's that whole like Canadian experience aspect that's still around, unfortunately. But I guess my point is that you need to do kind of everything you can to make your digital profile stand out and be shown as like you're someone who even like having some kind of like personal website or a really good profile or just being active, and of course depends on what your kind of industry in. But if you're in tech, I think being active online is kind of a like default. You can't not do it, and you have to of course do it in an authentic way, but that's really important. Another thing is like language and cultural difference and trust. So I don't know if that's so much problem for you guys, but like you want to be able to understand the culture of the company you're working with, and the culture means many different things. That could mean the way that you like the way that a company does something, the way that people from a certain nation do something, age, different kind of things like that. So it's just being in tune with your audience and knowing what that looks like and being aware of that. So I guess payments and stuff like that is also kind of a perceived disadvantage, but I guess for you guys don't have to worry about too much. But if you are hiring in the future, for example, there's some tools you can use. I can talk about them in the Q&A maybe, but again, I think it's not as relevant right now. Cool, moving on. So how do you like actually know that someone's doing a good job? Let's say one day you're running your own company, and how do you make you want to hire some people for your team? How do you know that these people are actually going to like do a good job and maybe do a test and things like that, or help them get up to speed so they're able to have success? Before VanHack, when I was kind of starting out, I didn't really take hiring super seriously. I didn't think it was important. It's kind of like HR takes care of that, and HR is this like touchy-feely thing that doesn't have anything to do with business success, which is like completely the wrong thing and the wrong view, and not how things work in the real world, or at least in, like that I've seen. So getting people on board and making sure that they have success is critically important. So assigning a buddy, having someone who, good question. All right, fine. Question. Good. I like interaction. Okay, let's answer that. What are the greatest limitations of hiring during COVID? What is the most effective way to screen candidates through digital interactions? Okay, great questions. I guess it depends on, so the second question I'll answer first. The most efficient way to screen candidates through digital interaction, that really depends on the type of role. So whoever asked that question, could you maybe give me like a specific role? I can answer better. But generally, I would say like some kind of test. Like these days, tech skills are super tangible, even on things like marketing or customer service or sales, which are more like, I guess, like soft skills rather, or they are hard skills. It's hard to define. It's not like, I don't know, coding or like I don't know, something so like engineering, where like you can like have a very clear like this is the correct answer. There's many different ways of doing customer success or sales or marketing, etc. But just like generally giving someone some kind of assignment or test, I think is helpful. And having a larger, maybe a little bit lengthier interview process and getting that kind of full kind of career background makes sense. Sometimes people, especially smaller companies, like to rush the interview process, and there's a fine balance between going too long into like way too much, and also like not long enough. But making sure it's not too short. I feel like a lot of times early companies, especially for me, I was like, hey, you have a pulse? Do you want to work at VanHack? You can. So that's kind of the extreme. But yeah, like really giving people tests and maybe even hiring them like as a short-term project to start and to see where things would go. If you can, if they're open to that would help. Greatest limitations? I don't know. I don't think there's too many limitations. I think like, if anything, COVID's has made hiring easier because you can have a larger, most companies that we talk to have gone remote, or at least partially remote hybrid, or at least more remote friendly. So that just like opened the talent pool a lot. And that's been a huge unlock. But limitations, I guess, the fact that you can't meet in person as easily. Although honestly, like meeting in person, in my opinion, is overrated. You can get a lot about a person like just through Zoom and talking to them and having that conversation that way. It pretty much feels like you can get the body language and there's no delay. It almost feels like the same thing. Excuse me. Maybe some roles like, I don't know, hardware engineers, you need to be in person sometimes because like you're working with a physical thing. That could be a limitation. But yeah, awesome. Please keep the questions coming. I love like being able to talk to someone instead of just talking to myself. So yeah, cool. All right. So yeah, I guess as well, like ensuring quality of work is like on the slide right now where I'm talking right now kind of answers this question about like the most efficient way to screen candidates. This is more of like a after the hire, but a lot of times you don't know if you've, I mean, of course, all the time actually, you don't know if you've made a good hire or not until the person starts, like, right? Like there's always going to be a risk of, you might do all the interviews, the person might pass all the reference checks, and it just comes down to luck. It's like, I guess it's like dating in a way. Like the person might have a great online dating profile, but until you actually go out with them, you're not going to know it for real. So you have to try and do it and like make the offer and start working with the person to really, really know. Of course, like sometimes you'll be super pleasantly surprised, and that's awesome. And then sometimes, you know, it doesn't work out. And the trick is to identify when it's not going to work out as soon as possible, and you know, make a change if needed. But yeah, it is one of those things that there's no 100% formula for efficiently screening everyone. But yeah, like I think just having a good onboarding as well is really, really important, especially virtually. Like a lot of people have never started jobs fully remotely before, and making sure that you have things like random coffee check-ins, and make sure that hiring a good HR person actually, again, I'm guessing there's a lot of people on this call or this thing that this hangout session, this conference, that want to be entrepreneurs. So like one tip I can give you, you know, 5 years from now when you have a successful startup, send me an email and let me know that this helped you. Hopefully by that time I'd be able to invest in your company. But the point is that hiring an HR person or sooner rather than later is something that I wish I knew. Hey, Sandeep, nice. Good. Thank you for the question. Just one sec. So hiring an HR person, someone who can help you with like all the administrative stuff, as well as like hiring, recruiting, checking in after the hire is made. Like let's say someone starts your company, having like a really good onboarding process, and what a good onboarding process we can get into, but like we will get into, I guess, but very like structured, and like these are the check-ins, and making sure that they have a buddy or someone they can talk to, and just there's a lot of things to make someone welcome into the company. Like even things like adding them to all the different software platforms that you guys have, making sure that that's all set up and running, and they just feel welcome. One thing we do at VanHack is every Friday we have an all hands meeting, and then everyone who joins is new gets to introduce themselves and also get answer questions by the team, and a little bit of a nice kind of welcome to the team moment happens there. Yeah, so hiring an HR person and email me saying that helped you once you have a good once your startup's going well. All right, Sandeep, thank you very much for your question. Do you consider someone's communication skills when deciding whether to hire them? Of course, yeah. So no question. I think communication skills are more important now than ever, because we're not communicating all in the same room. So a lot of the things that, hey, like I'm gonna just go and maybe have like a, you know, the famous water cooler conversation, or like have a chat over lunch. That's the one thing I miss about, like, sometimes we would have lunches with our team here in Canada, in Vancouver, where I'm based, and we would have like a part of our team is in Vancouver, but we have distributed people in 11 countries. So we would have these lunches, and at lunch you just chat about stuff, and you end up chatting about work, and ideas start flowing, and then that's really, really nice, and I miss that. So you can't really do that online. So you need to like extra force that out, and just like give that space to people and say, hey, like let's like, you have to be able to communicate that. And I think a lot of times people hold things to themselves. Like if you're working in stop sharing. If you're working in a company and you're just sitting by yourself in a room all day, and you have all these stresses and problems, and you maybe keep those to yourself. And I would say, like, don't be shy to share those, and just like either that talking to your manager or talking to HR. It's really important. What makes a great communicator in your opinion? I think someone who knows the balance between over and under communicating, which is really hard to strike, and so it's really hard to be a great communicator, because you don't want to be annoying and just talk all the time, right? we all know people like that. I could sometimes personally be like that. Here I am talking to myself for 30 minutes in a room, right? But at the same time, you don't want to be that person who holds things to themselves and just lets it like, you know, bubble, and then all of a sudden, boom, it explodes, and there's a huge stress, when like you're gonna just like, oh, that could have been easily solved if you would just let me know, right? So don't be scared. So you have to find that balance, and that's something I think everyone has to kind of find for themselves. And I think, in my personal opinion, is over communication. I tend to be more of an over communicator. I'm a more extroverted person, I guess, but just like, even if you're introverted, like chat, you don't have to speak. Like now everything's in chat. It's much easier, right? Like you don't actually, you can it's easier to communicate, right? Through chat than through calls. So just try and be a little bit more of over communicator as possible, especially if you guys want to be like entrepreneurs and leading teams. Honestly, guys, the hardest part about being an entrepreneur, it's not really coming up with the idea and like, I mean, that's kind of, everyone has ideas, right? It's easy. The hardest part is actually building a team of people and leading them and making them do what you want them to do in a way that they're happy to do it. Like that's hard. And no matter what product you have or what idea you have, that's always going to be an aspect of it, unless you're going to have like a 2-person company, and that's, frankly probably not going to do so well. So hiring and managing people is always going to be something that you're going to have to deal with if you're going to be an entrepreneur. And like, if you can learn how to do that, doesn't really matter. Of course it does, but like your idea might not be the best or your product might not be the best. I mean, of course you want to always improve that, but you will be able to improve it through having a great team of people around you. And that's why a lot of times investors say like they don't really care about the idea, they care about the team. That's more important, because a great team can change their idea or learn and things like that. A lot of like the most famous companies in the world have all pivoted and evolved as they go. So it's much more about the people and the team and how you can work with them. So just, that's like another tip for you. Cool. Thanks, Sandeep, for your question. All right, powering through. How do you build a trust in a remote team? So there you go. Over communicating, being transparent, building a team, building a culture of trust, starting from the top down. So being vulnerable, I think, is super important. Being like, guys, I screwed up. I thought it was going to work this way, but it didn't. What are we going to do about it? Rather than just kind of like putting things under the rug. People aren't going to see your face every day all the time. So you're going to need to do a little bit more of that. Do kind of more. We have like happy hours. We have a happy hour tomorrow that I need to create slides for. Anyway, happy hours, virtual happy hours, virtual coffees, just like random coffees. Those are all good things. I mean, I'm guessing everyone here, probably most people here, like, actually, I don't know, like if you guys are like the Slack is the new office, so getting to like work with that, understanding how that works, since setting clear expectations and then actually like checking in on them more and more. And then, I would also say like focusing on work done, not work hours. So, hey, Gary, thanks for your question. Work hours, not work done, which means like, I don't really care when people work on my team, but as long as they get their work done and they have good metrics. Of course, if the person is working 1 hour a week, that's going to come back to bite them in the butt and they're not going to have results. So just being flexible with that. I think more and more companies are like that now. Anyway, future of work post-COVID world, we're all kind of in the same boat that way, or most companies are. At least the good ones, I would say. Like the companies tracking your hours, I would ask them like why. Gary, thank you for your question. Working from remote, it's a good idea to set time slots or just let them work whenever they want. Oh well, there you go. I just answered your question. I would just say work whenever you want. I think like, I just had a kid, people have families. You want to be flexible. People need to go to the doctor. I think that at least for me, that whole era of, oh man, you're 5 minutes late to work. Like, come on, buddy. Or like, oh, like the boss is like, it's like 4:55 and you're gonna have to, you're leaving work 5 minutes early. Like, what's going on? Like, I mean, it's kind of important. Like, if someone's not showing up to work and not doing their job, of course, that's like a problem. But at the same time, that's a huge benefit of giving people like, hey, like we're flexible with that. And I think companies that are giving that flexibility and just like trust in their company, in their team, are going to get greater employees. And the name of the game is to build the best team possible. So, it's going to be a disadvantage for people who are much more rigid of like, okay, you got to show up to work at this time. Like we don't work in a factory anymore, right? Like it's not like the assembly line where you have to punch in, punch out and build a bunch of, widgets. It's especially in software development, sometimes like I find that, again, I'm not a developer, so I'm just guessing, but like you're trying to solve a problem and sometimes you need to take a break, right? It's like go for a walk or get your mind off something and then ideas will percolate and you'll find a way to solve it. So Yeah, thank you, Gary, for the question. I realize I have 3 minutes left. I think we're done, actually. But yeah, maybe a couple slides here. So things we do at VanHack, like we say good morning every morning on our channel. That I feel like that really helps kind of get people in like the, hey, I'm at work, like checking in virtually. Good morning. That's always fun. Yeah, I'm not going to go through the rest here, but just one more thing is, I guess last thing I'll leave you with is kind of other places of people who are much smarter than me talking about remote work. The podcast here, the Last One Distributed podcast by Matt Mullenweg is a really, really good one. Also, there's I missed one here, but the remote, the team at 37 Signals, they have I think Rework is the podcast. It's really good as well. Zapier, GitLab, Buffer, etc. Check out these resources if you want to learn more about it. But yeah, I think it's a trend that's here to stay, and at least a hybrid model where like you'll probably be in an office sometimes, but of course like remote when you want, or maybe a few days a week. Yeah, I have 2 minutes left, so with that I'll say thank you. If you guys want to talk to me, pretty easy to find. My email is literally ilya@vanhack.com. So yeah, that's my email. And I'm the only person with my name on LinkedIn, so easily connect with me there. I hope this was helpful. And yeah, thank you, Gary, Sandeep, and someone else who asked the question about limitations.
Thank you so much, Ilya. It was fascinating to hear from you, and especially being a person that has worked mostly in-person events, definitely transitioning to being online and having to communicate with everyone online. It's been a little bit of a difference, but it comes with its own benefits at the same time. So thank you so much for your insights.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks, Tiffany. Thanks, Gurwinder, for inviting me. Take care, guys.
Thank you. Also, as Ilya had mentioned, happy hours are a fantastic way to network and get to know other people in your community and industry. So don't miss out on our happy hour happening at 2 p.m. Check it out on our website to sign up, and we will see you there. Okay, for our next segment, we have a panel led by one of our fantastic partners, the University of the Fraser Valley, and will be moderated by Craig Toes. I have had the pleasure of working with Craig for many years, and he is an absolute pleasure. He is the VP of External, and with 29 years of experience at UFV, Craig Toes brings extensive leadership and deep understanding to university environment to his role. Craig is responsible for community outreach, resource development for the purpose of revenue generation and planning the development of the university campus and centers. His collaborative leadership style demonstrates a commitment to students' integrity and teamwork, responsible for fostering the UFV brand and heading up key areas including government relations, community, and corporate relations. Toes also oversees advancements and alumni relations, communications in marketing ceremonies and events, campus planning, and ancillary services. As part of this panel, we have Dr. Maureen Weidman, Associate Vice President of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Lenore Newman, Canada Research Chair of Food Security and Environment, Dr. John Thomas, BC Regional Innovation Chair, and Dr. Martha Doe, Director of Community Health and Social Innovation. The panel will discuss how education drives innovation and how UFV is fostering innovation, spawning new startups, and filling the skill gap in the industry through its focus on innovation. Over to you, Craig, for introducing our esteemed panel, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks, Tiffany, and it's been a great session so far with pretty good participation in this new virtual format. So thanks for putting this on, and thanks for having us. As Tiffany said, my name is Craig Toes, Vice President External Relations at UFV, and I will be your host for this panel discussion. The topic of driving innovation through education couldn't be more relevant given the massive pivot to virtual learning by universities across the globe. This disruption was thrust upon universities without lead time for development, and UFV was no exception. It was a huge challenge for our institution, one that we continue to wrestle. UFV is somewhat unique, though, in size and mandate compared to other universities, which provides both opportunities and challenges. Our regional mandate, for example, has resulted in an uptick in student demand, particularly from domestic students living here in the Fraser Valley. Pivoting to virtual learning in March strained our educational technologies and IT infrastructure, and there is a technology divide among our students, making it difficult for some to access online learning. However, our faculty and students have proved to be resilient. Today, you will hear from our panel how UFE is driving innovation through education, despite the current health crisis. You will hear how UFE is embracing the future of education, not only through its response to the pandemic, but how research is helping us solve real-world problems right here in the Fraser Valley, and how partnerships enable our students to engage in experiential learning opportunities that prepare them for graduate school and exciting careers. Our mission of engaging learners, transforming lives, and building community is at the heart of what we do and why we do it. Well, that's enough from me. I would now like to introduce our first panelist. In terms of the format for this session, I will introduce each of our four panelists who will share some thoughts regarding the work they are doing in terms of driving innovation through education, followed by a question and answer period. So please submit your questions through the Q&A function to the right of your virtual window. Our first speaker is Dr. Maureen Weidman. She is the Associate Vice President of Teaching and Learning, providing leadership, support, and resources to advance teaching and learning practices and scholarship. This includes strengthening capacities campus-wide through professional development for the teaching community, as well as supporting the expansion and effective engagement of learning technologies and techniques. I like what Maureen had to share in her bio. The role of Teaching and Learning Center is one of balance, respecting that need to maintain the academic tradition of teaching and research, but also recognizing that the student experience in post-secondary is a bridging stage of life, one that lays the foundation for our students to meet the opportunities beyond UFE. Maureen, I invite you to share your opening remarks.
Oh, thanks, Craig. I appreciate that. And just to talk a little bit about what happened. So in March 2020, 1.5 billion students worldwide went online for their learning. And in Canada, that number was 2 million post-secondary students. And for UFV, not all of the students had adequate internet or technical tools, but most made it work. They used their smartphones or laptops or on-campus computer labs to access materials. Instructors, some of whom had never taught online before, just rolled into this online environment. But like every other industry impacted by the pandemic, the disruption was massive. But our faculty and students have been incredible through this, each working with each other to support one another. And the unintended learning outcomes from this has been the development of resilience, adaptation, flexibility, and grit. So UFV has proven that it can respond quickly, faster than we ever thought possible, and continue providing access to higher learning in the Fraser Valley. So there's little doubt that post-secondary learning has changed in the last 6 months and will continue to evolve the longer the pandemic continues. So faculty and students are seeing the benefits of these new technologies and how it can improve learner engagement, outcomes, grading, can track progress, and generally save precious time once you learn the technology. And the pandemic is leading more people to explore and learn these technologies. And like every other industry, we are continuing to learn how to do it better online. But will we be an all online once the pandemic is over? No. What have we all been craving while we've been working at home for the last 6 months? That connection with people. I know I run outside to chat with my neighbors over the hedge just to get some real human conversation. And our students are feeling the same. However, will they want to come to class every day of the week? I doubt that too. I anticipate an increase in blended or hybrid or even high flex courses that allow for both in-class and online learning, as well as an increase in totally online offerings at UFV. In-class learning plays a vital role in what we do, and we're very good at it. But it will be further enhanced with technologies such as artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality, simulations, and games. These are already in use and being researched at UFB, but will become more mainstream. And as we creep towards recession or the predicted second wave of layoffs due to COVID, our improving technological expertise brings opportunities. So in the past, we invested in training programs where, and this is just an example, so the welder was down in one room learning to be a chef, and the chef was in another room learning to be a welder. And we had this idea of abandoning what you know to do something else. And that was the driving force in reskilling, and it wasn't all that successful. So what I'm hoping to see is something different by better assessing the skills and knowledge that people already have and building on those. So robust, responsive programs through flexible knowledge and skills-based learning that enables people to recognize the abilities that they carry with them and address the gaps with specific personalized programming. We need customizable and flexible learning opportunities that can ladder into other credentials and be recognized across the province. And at the most basic level, an investment in broadband internet in this province is required to ensure equitable access to these opportunities. And no doubt we will have continued and increased connection to the local community. Universities play an important role in knowledge development, research, and the economy of local communities. And that is going to continue, if not accelerate, after the pandemic through job placements, co-ops, internships, projects like City Studio, and of course, research, which others on this panel will address. So lifelong learning, reskilling, upskilling, the digital infrastructure, that's all part of our reality, and especially now, but it's all part of this era. And it needs to be recognized, supported, and developed. And who better to lead it and to partner with in the Fraser Valley than UFE. So thanks, Craig.
Thanks, Maureen. So moving on then to our second speaker, and again, you'll have a chance to ask questions, and I see some are gathering in the bar at the side, and we'll get to those after our four panelists. Our second speaker is Dr. Martha Dow. She is an associate professor in sociology and currently serving as the director of UFE's Community Health and Social Innovation Hub. CHASI is a collaborative, interdisciplinary, and multi-sectoral research and community engagement initiative that encourages innovative and evidence-informed thinking about some of the most pressing and complex health and social issues facing our communities. Dr. Dow's work emphasizes action-oriented research, community collaboration, and evidence-based decision-making. She has worked on a variety of program and policy development projects in relation to public safety, health, education, and vulnerable populations, and has presented her work internationally. Her appointment by the Solicitor General as an independent chairperson, presiding over BC courts as a panel member on the Industrial Training Appeal Board, has provided Dr. Dow with additional opportunities to engage her commitment to equity, social justice, and providing space for marginalized voices. Over to you, Martha.
Hi, thanks, Craig. That was a long introduction that I should have taken some of that for my 4 minutes. So I'm just going to speak likely too quickly because that's what I do about something that we're all really passionate about, and that is the new Community Health and Social Innovation Hub. And this idea, why we thought it was so exciting, in particular, given what we're talking about today, is that it came from the community. So a number of community partners came to the university and said, we feel like we could have stronger relationships, particularly in relation to thinking about innovation in the work that we do. And in particular, this was in the health sector. So the 5 sort of key players that came to the university were 3 divisions of family practice in Abbotsford, Chilliwack and Mission, Fraser Health, and First Nations Health Authority. It took us about 2 years, as it does, to make sure we have all of the community level support possible. And this April 1, we opened our doors, and with COVID protocol, of course, and we're in our space. I wanted to make sure that I was in our space today for this because when you can, we would love visitors. When you walk in, what you'll see is, I think, the essence of what UFE is about, and that is faculty and students working together. There are no offices in this space, and that is on purpose. That is because we, from idea through to the completion of a report, everybody throws in and gets to see, students get to see it and be part of it from the beginning until the end. I wanted to give you a bit of a sense in terms of community partnerships. That's critical both in terms of the inception and also how we move through. If you were here, you would see, you can see a little corner of it on the screen, a board, as we refer to it, the board. And right now there are 38 projects on the board. And those are everywhere from idea to a couple of that have just been completed and we're in the process around knowledge mobilization. And what you would see is a breadth of partnerships from municipal governments to police organizations to Corrections Canada to certainly Fraser Health. We have we're working with Walls to Bridges, which is a prison education program. We have the Aboriginal Firefighters Association of Canada, so national, provincial, local organizations. BC Center for Disease Control approached us to work on some knowledge mobilization around non-communicable disease data. So we're very excited in terms of thinking about how we can use technology more effectively in terms of building awareness and ideally promoting health, positive health behavior. I wanted to say we were approached last week, I think Thursday, around a climate change proposal. So everybody just dropped what they're doing. We have a deadline this evening. We're working with biologists. I know nothing about this project from a substantive area, but I'll tell you, everybody has worked far too many hours that we won't talk about supporting this application. Really exciting, and it's about a community education piece. It has a climate science side, but it also has a knowledge mobilization. It's a great example, I think, of what the hub, what Chassis is about. I wanted to make sure, certainly, that I mention, as I've said, students are at the core. This is the reason that when this idea came forward, we thought it was a perfect fit. So right now, if you were in here, you would see 6 other people in the space working on a variety of projects. And those are undergrad students. Those are students who have achieved their undergrad at UFV, who are now full-time employed. You have students who have just started their master's degrees and a student who is working on his PhD. What's critical about that is, this focus on employability. So what students see is that their degrees provide immediate entry into the workforce around research at all levels. And then they get to hone their skills. They get to try things they've never done before. The role of technology is profoundly important for us, both in terms of how we use it, in terms of knowledge mobilization, but also in terms of some of the projects, everything from social robotics projects that proposals that we're working on, to in COVID, Fraser Health coming to us around their long-term care facilities. They needed to understand traffic patterns. They needed to understand how people move with a public health protocol, and is it even doable given the physical space? So right now we're working with an industry partner around the technology that we would use to do more work around that. So those are just a few examples, and most importantly, students are paid, not minimum wage, a decent wage in terms of being full-time students, and they're engaged in the entirety of the process. They also get to bring their own research to us and say, I've got this idea, could we do something? And we look for faculty and our faculty partnerships to try to make that happen. We've got, last thing I'd say, and I'm looking forward to any questions, is we have a research assistant development program. We call it RAD. And what that is looking to industry external partners and internal partners so that they would have a dedicated research assistant. So they could, for instance, Abbotsford Police may have a set of issues they want to explore. And what they know is they have that undergrad student with supervision within the hub to explore those ideas. So we've launched that. We've got a number of partners already, and we've got projects already moving through. So that is what I would say at this point, if that's okay.
A lot going on in the hub. Thanks for sharing, Martha. And I think viewers will. It's pretty clear that students being at the core of what we do is a theme across all our speakers today and everything that we do at UFV. And I really appreciate you being here with that big deadline looming. Okay, moving on then to our third speaker, who is Dr. John Thomas. He holds the position of the BC Regional Chair, Canada-India Partnerships Development, and is also the director of the Esposito Family Centre for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. FC is a new research hub at UFV, established through a generous donation provided by the Esposito family. The centre will work to foster an inclusive, vibrant and resilient space for innovation and entrepreneurship initiatives for UFE and our Fraser Valley communities. FC activities include research, course development, and mentoring both students and local entrepreneurs. It also emphasizes community outreach through events and projects that explore the interactions between technology, innovation, and society. This connection between innovation and society is in fact a unique aspect of the center. The understanding that innovative technologies impact society, and society in turn shapes technological progress, guides the research and work of the center. John, I invite you to share your comments.
Thank you, Craig. I hope all of you can hear me clearly. I just thought of the statement, UFV is driving innovation through education. And if you think about this statement, it basically speaks to the role of universities in society. As institutions, as organizations, what are universities supposed to do? How are they supposed to contribute to society, to regional economic development? And that has, in a way, led to some of the thoughts that I'll share with you today. Universities are important stakeholders in innovation ecosystems. And why is that? Impactful ideas are generated, refined, and shared with society through the teaching, research, and technology transfer activities at universities. UFV, as the most significant institution of higher education in the Fraser Valley, is deeply involved in the innovation processes in the Valley, as is evident by the number of research centers, hubs, programs, and courses that all of us are talking about. The courses, projects, and research undertaken by students and faculty in collaboration with multiple stakeholders over the years is a testament to the experience and expertise of the faculty members at the university. We live in very uncertain and challenging times. And as Maureen mentioned, to help student and entrepreneurs in the Valley adapt to this challenging environment seems to be one of the fundamental roles that a university can play. How can we adapt? How can we be resilient? And UFV is showing the way. UFV is developing and refining multiple courses, programs related to innovation and entrepreneurship. I'm happy to say that one-on-one mentoring is now also being provided to entrepreneurs and students through the Esposito Family Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Why is there this focus on one-on-one mentoring? It is important because we realize that each idea is unique. Each entrepreneur is unique. Each industry is unique. Each context is unique. For example, for an entrepreneur, one of the fundamental questions is, do I jump in and follow my heart and follow my idea? Or do I take a job that offers a steady salary and a steady career progression? So the life of an entrepreneur is driven and surrounded by uncertainty. And entrepreneurs and students need guidance to deal with such uncertainties. There is a lot of research, there's a lot of literature and training in innovation and entrepreneurship, which supports entrepreneurs and students by developing frameworks, giving them pathways to decide how to translate their ideas into success and find ways to share their ideas with the community. I'd quickly draw on some of the examples from some of my own research with scientist entrepreneurs who start companies. And in many, many interviews and conversations that I've had with them, and I've been a MITAC scholar out at the Center for Drug Research and Development, where I shared the lab bench with many scientists, entrepreneurs, and they are really driven and really passionate about sharing their ideas and innovations with society. They want to see change in the world. And I would like to say that many of us, in fact, all of us at UFV, want to see positive change in the communities we live in the Valley. And so all that we do through our courses, through our research, through our hubs, is in a way trying to change society for the better, trying to help people become more resilient and adapt to this challenging environment. And so I'd like to end by saying that we provide training and mentoring, and in doing so, UFV as a university is building entrepreneurial capabilities in students and entrepreneurs who will go on to strengthen the innovation ecosystem in the Fraser Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And you can see how that thread runs through not just working with our students, but even as an organization being entrepreneurial and innovative. Thank you. Finally, our fourth speaker is Dr. Lenore Newman. She is the director of the Food and Agriculture Institute of UFE, where she holds a Canada Research Chair in Food Security and Environment. Dr. Newman researches agriculture land use policy, bioengineering in food systems, and the role of food and agriculture in the creation of place. Her expertise in land use has been instrumental in advising government regarding the revitalization of BC's agriculture land reserve, and regularly speaks to industry and community groups. She has published over 40 academic journal articles and 2 books, all related to the future of farmland use and other food-related issues. Recently, Dr. Newman was asked by the Premier to join the Food Security Task Force that is focused on a central question: how can British Columbia lead the next agriculture revolution? Lenore, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Craig. It's a really interesting time to be working in agriculture right now, because agriculture is changing. And if anything, COVID-19 has accelerated these changes. Before the pandemic, we were already seeing countries such as Singapore and Taiwan trying to answer a critical question: how can we feed our people in an environmentally responsible way without relying on imports from remote regions of the world? After the pandemic, we can expect rapid movement to increase local year-round production to build food security, and we can expect technology to decrease labor demands in the sector, because as most of you know, that has been a crisis during the COVID emergency. And also the other side of that is to look toward lowering possible occasions for contamination. Every time food is touched before consumption, there's a threat of something going wrong. And that is emerging as another new and suddenly urgent issue. We can also expect to continue to see plant-based technologies continue to advance, thanks to better environmental footprints. That was going on before and seems to also have accelerated. And this is a very good one for Canada and for BC, because we produce so much plant-based material, especially on the prairies. And the plant-based shift, as it's sometimes called, isn't slowing down. I've been working with researchers across Canada during the emergency to understand this new agricultural revolution. And I've begun to see it this way: the closed-loop technologies that will feed us on the moon and Mars and in space are the same technologies that will revolutionize farming on Earth. And as a university, we have to respond to that as it unfolds. A new kind of agriculture really does require a new sort of agricultural training. We'll need to think outside of the departmental box and train farmers who are also experts in robotics, atmospheric control, genetics, materials science, large-scale computer networks, logistics, a lot of indoor farms, and there's been rapid advance in that side of the sector. They have advanced networks monitoring all elements of their production, and they're going to need computer security personnel, which is a little new for the farming sector. We're going to have farmers controlling their crops from an iPhone. In fact, we already do. And we're going to need other farmers who protect that iPhone from hackers. And they're all going to be working together to produce food. Others are going to use blockchain to provide authentication services to make sure we're eating things and they're what we think they are. There was just a really massive case of raspberry laundering where fruit was grown in one country, relabeled as organic in another country, and resold in a third country. Not your grandmother's fruit problem, and we're playing catch up, trying to get ahead of these challenges. And we need to train all of the people needed, and it isn't easy to say how. And I will say that across North America leading up to the pandemic, agricultural higher education has had a really rough few decades with funding cuts, program closures, and rebranding of programs away from hands-on applied agricultural work. That's a real tragedy. And I think in a way, UFV has an advantage in that we've held back on that somewhat. And we're a little ahead of the game to start rebuilding. Now, one tactic we've been using at the Food and Agriculture Institute to focus on a few big questions. For example, we're looking at how indoor agriculture might expand in the Lower Mainland. So what that actually means on the ground is part of our team of researchers and students might be looking at policy. Part might be verifying climate impact numbers. We can be focused, but not narrow. And this is a really great way to engage students, as most problems they encounter in the world are practical. But yet these problems are still big enough they can feel they're making a difference. And I really think focus but not narrow is a really winning strategy we're going to have to engage going forward as universities. And to be honest, as industries, as government agencies. And we need a strategy because the changes are accelerating, global competition is stiff, and we need to adapt or be left behind. And so at UFB, that is our challenge, and also something I think we've proven to be fairly good at. So going forward, I'm hoping that the agricultural revolution will include us and include the Fraser Valley.
Thanks, Lenore. Some thought-provoking ideas there, and the magnitude of the worldwide challenge there, and feeding everyone is enormous. And thank you all. You can see by the sense of our panelists today, just the diversity of what's going on at UFB in terms of innovation and education. And so now we're going to shift to, we've got about 15 minutes for a question period. I've got some questions prepared here, but I'm going to first go to the chat bar and maybe throw out a question from John that has been repeated a couple times here. With new waves of COVID-19 layoffs anticipated, so we're in second wave now, of course, here in BC, how would you recommend recent university graduates to navigate through an unprecedented hiring process? So I know each of you are working with students directly. Maureen, you want to jump in there?
Yeah, and I think just one of the things that we have found in doing some research around this is that, and I'm not saying everybody is like this, of course, but we're finding when students graduate, they're not really well able to articulate what they're able to do. So they say, well, I have a degree in this and I've done courses in this, but then the question becomes, well, what can you do with that? What knowledge, what abilities, what's the bigger picture of what it is that you can do? And being able to articulate that to an employer is critical. And I was listening to the previous speaker who was talking about communication and being a good member of a team. And I think those are really two key things to think about. And you know, I've gone through thousands of resumes over the last few years. And one of the key things that I look at, one of the key pieces is that applicant asking how they can add to the team, or what do they bring to the table? And it's not, I want to do this job because it'll be good for me. It should be, I want to do this job because this is what I can help you do, and these are the goals I can help you gain. So that's just my 2 minutes, my 2
Thanks.
cents.
And of course, each of these examples shared here this morning have students deeply embedded in the applied research, in the projects, in the problem solving. And that opportunity really gives students an edge up on students who have just learned theory. And the essence of that is UFE's experiential learning goals. And maybe some of you could share in your areas how that impacts students from this question posed. How does that prepare them for the outside world, for jobs, careers, other graduate work?
Sure, I'll jump in really quickly. I would say, I really encourage students to think about their education as a toolbox, and it's in these times. Maureen hit it, I think, on the head, supporting them to understand what skills they have, because they tend to speak to the credential as opposed to what's embedded in the credential. And we are always harping here in the Hub on there is nothing more practical than a good theory. So one of the challenges they have is not just educating themselves about the value of their education, but often educating employers and the community about the value of their education as well. This too often ridiculous divide between what we refer to as the ivory tower and those, in the community. Certainly academics need to do a much better job of connecting with community in lots of cases, but I think students need to understand that those aren't two different worlds. They are in the same world, and to take advantage of every opportunity they can to add something to that toolbox.
And I think, each of these three centers, you mentioned community partnerships. Each of these three centers are working very closely with students, but community partnerships are foundational to the success. And, John, in your case, you're working with local entrepreneurs and the business community. Martha, you have a board there of all sorts of community partners, Fraser Health and other large organizations that you're working with. And Lenore, you're working with industry and the ministry and local farmers and producers. And the students get to touch that, right? In their research and their studies, they actually get out in the field, and that's really powerful. So obviously, you mentioned the ivory tower. It's really important that UFE is out in the community and making a difference through this work. And maybe any of you would jump in and just share maybe with the importance of partnerships, but also how that partnership has really enabled students in their education and beyond.
Sure, I'll be happy to jump in. So I'll just speak about a project that we are working on right now, which is around tiny homes. I think any British Columbian that you would speak to would probably talk about affordability and homelessness being one of the most significant challenges we face in the province and probably across Canada. And a student team in one of the courses I taught decided to focus on tiny homes, and we are now working to look at ways to promote that idea, to see what are the different options available, whether we go in with wooden construction or whether we would go in with containers, and trying to find ways where regulations need to be studied further, ways in which financing options are available both provincially and federally, to just try and see whether this social problem can be addressed by a student with a neat idea, with a project that can take it forward. So one of the things that I really like about UFV is particularly this mentoring opportunity that undergraduate students have with faculty members. This is quite unique, and I'm pretty sure many students gain significant advantage from understanding why we talk about some theories, why do we talk about frameworks, why does something so abstract suddenly help in the real world. Many of these theories and frameworks have developed as a result of extensive work across many countries, regions over time, and so are quite applicable. And I don't see it as two different worlds where we have academics in one world and the community in another. It's more of a situation where we see many, if not all, academics keen to impact society in some form. Many do it through teaching, many do it through research, and many do it through research which is engaged. And so I've seen that play across multiple disciplines, and definitely is well represented on the panel today.
So, John, just to dive a little deeper into your work with students, you mentioned the Center for Entrepreneurship Innovation and working with students on specific projects or business ideas that they're looking to explore. What are some of the questions that entrepreneurs should be asking to refine their idea before considering potential for commercialization?
So I'd like to give a quick shout out to the previous speaker who pointed out to the importance of teams. I think it is really important for any initiative to really understand the involvement of the people, the expertise that they bring to the table, and how to find ways to work together. I've worked with many teams and individuals, mentoring entrepreneurs for more than 15 years now. And one of the significant things that they say and point out is you cannot be an expert in every domain that you need to get an idea off the ground. So you are going to need to work with others. You're going to need to work in teams, and therefore you are going to need to learn how to manage people. That said, one of the other important areas that is essential for an entrepreneur to consider is the issue of the creation, recognition, and prioritization of opportunities. Entrepreneurs, many of them have limited resources. And when you have limited resources, you have to choose which ideas you want to focus on. You would generally be advised not to try many ideas at the same time, because you would be spreading yourself too thin. So the question then becomes, how do we choose which ideas do we want to work on? And in that choice, in that selection of an initial target market, you are really trying to build on your existing capabilities, leveraging them to try and attract a team to work together to try and achieve a goal. So finding a team, understanding your capabilities, do not spread yourself too thin, and prioritizing on that initial target market. To give you an example, some recent research that I have worked on is on Tesla Motors. The 3 founders of Tesla Motors had zero automotive industry experience. And yet, over the last several years, they have succeeded in entering a market that is highly competitive and dominated by well-entrenched incumbents with nearly 100 years of history. So how is it that a new startup, a tech startup with zero experience in a particular domain is able to build on their capabilities in another area and survive and thrive in a new sector? The answer we find is in concepts, innovation management concepts like architectural innovation and the attacker's advantage, where we see that very large organizations, very large structures can sometimes become too bureaucratic, can be less resilient, less adaptive. And therefore, I see a tremendous opportunity both for UFV and the Fraser Valley, in that we are just the right size to be flexible and adapt, as is being shown through the COVID crisis, as Maureen says, in the speed with which we have adapted.
And thanks, John. Yeah. So I want to carry on that theme a little bit with Martha and anyone else who wants to join in give us a sense of, research leads to discoveries. So how does this, how do these discoveries that you're working on, this research, lead to big change, say, in the health sector? How does that process work?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the challenge always is mobilizing so that there is policy and structural change. We're all working within these structures, whether they're healthcare or education, et cetera. So, I think a quick, an example might be the reach out by BC Centre for Disease Control when they said, we have all of this information around non-communicable diseases, and Fraser Valley is a critical hotspot in terms of healthcare funding around many of these issues. So how do we engage in health prevention in a new and innovative way? Because that's what we need. We need behavioral change. So as an example, there's an organization coming to us, not that they need more research and data in terms of what the issues are. They know what the issues are. What they need is assistance in terms of that very critical knowledge mobilization function. So I think that's an example on that side of the house. And I think the long-term care example, the long-term care research chair in Fraser Health came to us and said, we have to start thinking about how we're building our facilities, right? I mean, a whole lot of the public health directives you couldn't implement them simply because of the hallways, right? And how the organizations were set. So if that work that we could do out of Chassis, Dr. Amir Shabani is leading that, was able to start to think about design of building and start to think about working with Fraser Health with respect to those kinds of issues, then whatever is next, we've anticipated and we have a better ability to intervene. So I think those are two examples where you are able to mobilize through pilot or otherwise the research so it's usable.
Yeah, those are good examples. Thanks, Martha. Lenore, I see there was a question in the sidebar around kind of not going techie with some of the solutions. And I think, we see technology as playing a huge role in helping us solve, the food security issue. How do you kind of balance that? And what are some of the challenges? You mentioned, the connectivity that farmers rely on nowadays. And I think of, Wi-Fi, bandwidth, and so forth. What are the technologies in balancing technology? What are the challenges in balancing technologies and really succeeding in that area?
Yeah, and it's a really interesting question. I do get sometimes, but we should remember it's really a Western kind of viewpoint for the most part, and it's also somewhat focused weirdly on agriculture, in that we seldom hear about going back to a less techie, even fishing industry or logging industry, etc. And I think it's because people don't quite understand how technologically advanced agriculture is, and that it is a very high-tech industry. And now there's certainly a role for both. And the only thing I do like to caution people is in the US, about 10% max of the food is produced by small-scale farming, and about 90% is large-scale industrial farming. So even if we double the small scale, which would be lovely if people want to do it, it's still only going to take us to 15%, 20% of the total. To feed people, we need that high technology, and we pretty well have always moved in that direction. Where I find it a problem, because I have no problem at all with, I say it isn't an either or, it's a both and. Where I do find it causes a problem is in our sector, in that often young people see farming in a kind of romantic way. They don't realize it's high tech, and so they don't go into it. And when I was touring the Netherlands for the government, one of the things we were amazed by is all the young people who want to be in the agricultural industry because they see it as a high tech, fast-paced, innovative industry. So I think, though it is definitely both and, we have to make sure the public realizes how advanced farming is and has to be to keep ahead of climate change, to keep ahead of demand, to make sure that we're environmentally friendly. And I do think it's a bit of a shame in that we don't have enough young people going into the industry because they see red barns and grandpa in a tractor. And it's so much more than that. And at UFV, we actually do some really interesting research. Michelle Saperla in the English department has been analyzing children's books about farmers and discovered there aren't any greenhouses in any of the books anywhere. It's all sort of small scale mixed use farming, which is lovely and I suppose works well if you're reading to kids. But I think we start really early with an image that farming is yesterday's industry. Well, we still need to eat. And there's so much that people could do in this industry that is not digging a shovel into the ground, although that's good too. It's about shifting the whole dynamic to let the public know that, no, this is a really high-tech industry. We definitely need broadband to support it. Going back to Maureen, that's really key. And that, yeah, young people should go into this industry because it's really exciting.
Thanks, Lenore. And I'm pretty sure our time is up here. I haven't seen Tiffany jump in, but I want to thank each of you for your contribution here. It's been very stimulating thinking about, you know, the interactions with students and the impact of your research and with our communities. And I want to thank each of you for participating and joining in. It's got me very excited about the future here that UFV is involved in our community. And I think this has been a great day. Thank you, Tiffany and Gurvinder and XLRator for giving the opportunity to engage in this way.
Thank you so much, panelists and Craig, for showing us how education drives innovation. It was fascinating hearing from you, and thank you so very much.
Thank you, and have a great day.
Have a wonderful day, everybody.
Thank you.
See ya.
Well, I hope you all are having an amazing time so far. I know that I am. For those of you, and all the notes that I know that you're taking, bring them to the networking meeting tonight. We will be there for happy hour, and we'll be very excited to hear from you and be able to network. It's more important now than ever, so we hope to see your faces there, as well as I have questions in that chat section. So coming up, I hope, so one of our objectives with the Fraser Valley Tech Forum is to share knowledge and actionable insights. The legal aspect of business is often overlooked and taken for granted until you need it. A good legal setup can help build investor trust and confidence while saving headaches and scrutiny down the road. To discuss this, we have Brett Colvin, the CEO and co-founder of Good Lawyer, a tech platform offering affordable legal advice and documents for small businesses and startups. Brett is a former corporate lawyer who left the big firm life and is now on a mission to help startups and entrepreneurs find the legal help that they need at prices you can actually afford. So, all right, Brett, I will let you take it from here. Welcome.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Tiffany. And, big thanks to the XLRator for having me today and, getting to share a little bit about the Good Lawyer journey and how I went from the world of corporate law and found my way to founding a startup of my own. So as is going to become evident in my presentation today, I've seen it on both sides of the spectrum. I've been the practicing lawyer offering the services, and I've also been the founder who has had to rely on a lot of other lawyers to help us get to where we're at today. So I think you did a great job at explaining what Good Lawyer is. We've built a platform truly dedicated to entrepreneurs, startups, small business owners who frankly are a little bit left out when it comes to getting accessible, affordable legal help that they really need to thrive as a business. So part of the theme of my presentation as well is going to be about explaining why, lawyers are really important, especially to startups, and they should be viewed more as a trusted advisor, a business partner that you can leverage to really accelerate your business, as opposed to just a really expensive service provider. I remember charging out at $400 an hour, and we're trying to break that mold with a platform that makes it affordable for entrepreneurs and startups, and also helps out lawyers that are looking to build their practice. So Good Lawyer is really the bridge between those two things. So with that, I'm going to share my screen, and one of my co-founders, Tom, helped me whip this up this morning. So it's a little bare bones, but it's going to provide some points and some context to really the two main issues that I'm going to discuss today, which are when you need a lawyer and the types of things that a lawyer as a startup is going to help you out with. So with that, let's get going. Hi, my name is Brett. So, as I mentioned, I was a corporate lawyer. I worked at one of the big shops here in Canada for about 4 years, and, just couldn't handle billing out at $400 an hour anymore. The number of companies I had to turn away just because they couldn't afford my rates started to really eat at me. And as you can see with the big grin there on the right, really enjoying what we're doing, trying to build this new way to access legal help that businesses need so dearly. So when do you need a lawyer? Not right away. So tip number one, don't jump the gun. I always like to refer to a book that myself and a lot of the Good Lawyer team have really dove into, and it's called The Mom Test. And it's completely not legal related, but I wanted to bring it up because that is really the first stage of the business. And the Mom Test is all about how to talk to customers. So, for all of the entrepreneurs and startup founders on the call today, you've got this great idea, but a great idea to you might not be a great idea to the market. So it's really important in the early stages that you get that customer validation. You ask the questions, you get out of the office and you talk to people to make sure that this great idea you have is something that people are willing to pay for. Is this something that people want? So until you figured out the answer to that question, you don't need a lawyer. You don't need to worry about cap tables and share structures and trademarks at that really early stage. It's really about, is this an idea that people are interested in outside of my little network? And until that point, you really want to be careful not to jump the gun, not just with legal services, but sort of everything. So tip number one, don't jump the gun. Tip number two, read the internet. So, this is a little bit coy, but what I'm trying to get at here is there's a ton of great information, whether it's blogs or articles or guides. Google startup law, Google startup legal issues, Google the thing that you think you're worrying about, and start to increase your vernacular, increase your understanding of, not trying to become a lawyer, but having a better understanding of the world that you're playing in, so that when you do engage a professional, which, as many of you who have engaged a lawyer, if many of you have, it's not cheap. So you want to be really prepared when you go into those meetings. And my tip there is, again, start by reading the internet, read some blogs. Don't feel like you need to understand everything, but just by going through that exercise, you're really going to increase your baseline knowledge, which is going to make all of your interactions with a professional way more effective as you go on. So tip number two, read the internet. I'm just going to switch back to this guy. Number three, still not hiring a lawyer, but you've got some of that validation. You've got some people that are joining you, and you really do start to need to think about, are there legal issues? The classic verbiage in the lawyer world is the unknown unknowns. What don't you even know is an issue? So this is where, you've done a little bit of reading. You've got a very rough idea of what's going on from a legal perspective, but not much. Now is the time that you really want to engage some of the free legal resources. And, Good Lawyers partnered with universities across the country. There's other organizations that tie into a lot of these university hubs. Organizations like XLRator typically have some sort of a relationship with a legal service provider. And, lawyers are keen to help startups because there is such a opportunity for huge gains down the road. Startups, as we've seen the unicorns of the world grow into truly massive companies. So with the community built a lot through the universities, but also great organizations like XLRator, Good Lawyer puts on free webinars almost every week. So really try to take advantage of some of these free legal resources when the time is right. So you can, again, begin to flesh out a bit more of what the cost will be, as well as what the opportunities are. So tip number 3, take advantage of some free legal help resources. And like I said, just as an example, Good Lawyer does free webinars every week, whether it's on IP or on contracts or on business structure or on hiring contractors. So we provide those, but there's a lot of other awesome organizations that provide these free legal help sessions as well. The one caveat I would add is the legal aid organizations and a lot of the, in Calgary Legal Guidance, a lot of those pro bono organizations are really focused on criminal law and family. So if you see legal aid, it might feel like it's an opportunity to get some free legal help, have a lawyer work on your business, but it really isn't. Those types of organizations are really focused on truly impoverished Canadians and trying to help them through the court process, whether it be in a criminal matter or a family law matter. So those aren't the greatest options, but there are a lot of organizations like Good Lawyer, like the XLRator, that will have some free legal help that you can access. So again, before you go and start spending the big bucks on a lawyer, take advantage of these free options and keep educating yourself so you're prepared to maximize that time when you actually talk to a lawyer. So step number 4, find a lawyer that you trust. I think the name for my company stemmed from that exact idea. Everybody's looking for that good lawyer, both from a competency level, but also, a lawyer that you can trust, that has your best interest at heart. I think lawyers get a lot of slag, and frankly, rightfully so. And, that's really the model that I experienced as a practitioner and the model that we're trying to break with Good Lawyer, because it's just so inefficient through the traditional law firm. And, the number of times I've heard a client, get the bill at the end of the day and they're just flabbergasted. How did it, rise to $12,000? What have you done? And you get your little time entries and all these things. So, not just buying into the traditional model because, the lawyer's in a suit and, they're in the big office downtown, so it feels like that's where you should be. It probably isn't, especially early on in your startup career. So you got to find a lawyer you can trust. You can push back on prices more than you think. Not so much on Good Lawyer because we post the fixed fee prices, but with a traditional lawyer, don't just cave to what they're asking, and make sure that you do your best to get a price up front, because the last thing you want to do is have lawyers like I used to do at the big shop clock it every 6 minutes, because every 6 minutes costs you a lot of money. So once you've done as much as you can in educating yourself, which I think is imperative for any startup founder, you really do need a baseline understanding of the legal world you work in, because the legal piece of a startup is so much more complicated than, the first business I ever ran was a painting business, and that didn't necessitate a lot of legal help, but the startup always does. So you got to make sure that you find a lawyer you can trust. So that's when you need to find a lawyer. And maybe I'll just add one other note to that. Stakeholders. When you start bringing in, it's no longer just an idea in your head. You're bringing in other people. You're bringing in co-founders. You're bringing in, hopefully, investment. You're starting to hire contractors or employees. You have customers. When you start having any of these types of stakeholders, that's when defining the rights, and you do that by a contract, becomes super, super important. So when it's the idea in your head, don't worry about hiring a lawyer. Get out there, use the mom test, talk to customers, figure out if this is an idea worth pursuing. And when it's ready and it's time to get serious and you're bringing other people in, that's when you really need to find that lawyer you can trust. Next piece, the types of things that you're going to want to talk to a lawyer about. So Good Lawyer put together what we coined the legal health checklist. And this is really just a 2-page document that works through the questions that a lawyer would ask you if you were to walk into their office totally fresh with your great startup idea and a few stakeholders. So the legal health checklist really breaks down, and again, it's intended to be it's intended to cue you as to the issues that you should think about. So not every question in the legal health checklist is going to be pertinent to every startup, but it's a really good exercise to go through the legal health checklist. And I'm going to make sure that we share a copy of this with the XLRator, so any folks that are interested can take a look. But it's intended to probe the entrepreneur to go through the types of legal issues that might be important for their business. So, some of them will apply to every company. Are you incorporated? If you have stakeholders and you're a startup, you should be incorporated without question. You don't want to be taking that personal liability on. And frankly, you just look a little less professional to any of the stakeholders if you haven't incorporated. So that's kind of the starting point when you're ready to get serious. Is you got to get incorporated. You got to make sure your share structure and all those stakeholders I mentioned have clearly defined rights and also clearly defined obligations. So I'm just going to move on to the next slide. So step one, learning about you and your business. And then actually one other point I want to make here is where your business is going is going to have a huge impact on the types of legal needs you have. So if you want to run a consulting business, out of your basement, your legal needs, nice lifestyle business, your legal needs are going to be vastly different than if you're trying to become the next Uber. So really sharing your current state, but also future goals with a lawyer is super important, because that is going to dictate how you set your company up from a legal perspective. So the second bucket, so the first bucket, understand your business. The second bucket, now we're getting into the legal meat, is how is your business organized? As I mentioned, are you incorporated? Who are the founders? What happens if a founder leaves? Is there vesting? And vesting is a concept that the founders earn in for time served. So really important concept. One experience that I had running Good Lawyer, and this is, coming from a lawyer that's started a startup with another lawyer. Some of these things we didn't have ironed out. And, that was very early in our careers, but some of these things weren't ironed out. And he actually went back to private practice. The startup life wasn't for him. It's not made for everyone, that is for sure. And luckily, we were able to come to a very good resolution for everyone involved. And me and Steve are still buddies. But if that conversation hadn't gone well, we could have been hooped, and Good Lawyer could have died right there. So making sure that you have these agreements in place as between co-founders or early investors, and then ensuring that you've gone through the exercise with your lawyer, and sort of hypothesize these, it's kind of like a prenup. What if something bad happens? Everybody, when you're signing that agreement, is gung-ho, keen, optimistic, but what happens if it falls apart? And what happens if a co-founder leaves? So again, when you're ready for that step, you validated it, you're ready to really sink a ton of time, resources, and money into this project, you really need to define those rights and obligations, and you need a good lawyer to do that for you. The next big bucket, just bear with me one second here. The next big bucket, intellectual property. So IP is important for a lot of businesses. IP is imperative for startups. And protecting your IP early on, or at least having a direction and an understanding of when and how you will need to protect it, which, a lot of this you could really decipher once you have a good understanding of what you think is the protectable piece, whether that's your brand, whether that's some new code you developed, whether that's a product you designed, and taking that to an IP specialist, you're going to get a much better, I think the best way to put it would be roadmap of how you're going to protect that IP as you go along. So IP, super important for startups. And we're going to share a promo code at the end, and a 15-minute call with an IP lawyer, unbelievable value, like huge value. And you really want to do that early on. As soon as you're done validating, you got to have an idea of what IP you have and what IP you want to protect, because that's going to have a huge bearing on what the value of the company is from an investor perspective. Because you got to remember, one of the biggest things for investors is, how do you defend your product? What is the defensibility like? And IP is an excellent way to answer that question for investors. Next bucket, employees and contractors. So this one's probably a little more straightforward. When you're engaging a contractor or you're bringing on an employee, you need agreements, and you need agreements that assign their IP to you. So if the contractor is working on something great for, Good Lawyer in this example, Good Lawyer owns that content or that product. And if you don't have a proper contractor or employment agreement in place that actually benefits the company when it comes to that assignment of IP, you can run into some issues down the road. So again, these are straightforward things that you need to do when you're starting to bring stakeholders into the game. You really got to define the rights and obligations and make sure everybody's on the same page when it comes to who owns this new piece of code, or, does the company own that great brand that this design company just provided us with? Can they use that elsewhere? So employees and contractors, when you're bringing them in, you really got to make sure that you have a proper agreement in place to protect yourself and the company. The last bucket that we touch on, and this one is by far the broadest bucket, is commercial business relationships and contracts. So, one of the most common services that we offer on Good Lawyer is our $25 per page contract review. And it's been hugely popular because so many entrepreneurs and startups are signing contracts they don't understand. And they don't want to not understand it, but lawyers are so expensive and scary that we tend to just sign contracts because it's easy. So, that's why we implemented this 2-day turnaround for contract reviews, trying to make it accessible for, the small guys, the early stage startups, the solo entrepreneurs, to actually be able to talk to a lawyer, understand what they're signing, make sure they're not getting screwed, and do so without breaking the bank. So my number one comment there would just be, never sign something that you don't understand. And for all the engineers in the house too, you think you might understand it, but for a few bucks, it really often is worth getting a little bit of that insight from a lawyer, because not only have they been trained in this, but they've seen these deals before, and they can give you suggestions as to better deal terms and the like, just because they've been, experienced this area and seen companies that don't look just like you, but look similar enough that we can start negotiating contract terms. So never sign something you don't understand. And that was it for me in terms of the hard content. Again, half an hour is pretty quick to get through this, but I hope that some of what I said would be insightful and, really gets you thinking about, you got to dip your toes into this water, read the internet, take advantage of the free resources. Again, I put them up here. Good Lawyer throws in webinars every week on these various areas I discussed, totally free, drop in. And then for anyone that is in the middle of a startup and has some specific questions, please feel free to use the promo code XLRator and check out Good Lawyer. We'd love to help. So with that, if there's any questions, I am more than happy to take them with the last 5 minutes here.
Thank you so much, Brett. We do have a couple questions here for you. First one is, what stage is it best for a startup to look into getting legal help?
When you're starting to bring in other stakeholders. So again, a lot of entrepreneurs have a great idea in their brain and they're percolating on it. And then they rush to incorporate this business to soon find out, actually nobody cares about that yo-yo. This isn't a great idea. And now I have, yo-yo incorporated, and I just spent $1,000 to do that. So don't jump the gun. But when you're starting to bring in other stakeholders, whether it's co-founders, employees, investors, or you start selling to customers, it's really important that you talk to a lawyer. Again, try some of the free options to get your bearings, but you just don't want to mess around with the liabilities and the risks, both for someone suing you down the road, but also if you have investor in, if you're looking to raise money, having those legal ducks in a row early. And I've seen startups that have been unable to close rounds because, the investors couldn't wrap their head around the crazy convertible notes that they've been offering to random people. So making sure you have your ducks in a row early on, again, past that validation stage or that early validation stage. But when you start bringing in other stakeholders, it's really imperative you talk to a lawyer.
Perfect. Thank you. Second one, what are some key things for startups when they're setting up their legal structure for their business?
Where are you at? Who's involved? So, again, I'm just going to use the co-founder example. If you and a few friends come together or some colleagues with this great business idea, it's really important to delineate the roles and responsibilities of everybody and make sure that everyone is on the same page as to what their piece of the pie is. So it depends is the classic lawyer answer. It depends on what you're doing. Because again, I mentioned earlier, if you're trying to run the lifestyle business out of your basement, which is fantastic, love entrepreneurs that do that, your business structure is going to look a whole lot different than if you're trying to become the next Uber. So, our vernacular for startups is a little broader than just the heavy tech startups, but for the heavy tech startups, the starting point is going to be getting incorporated, making sure your share structure has the flexibility required to bring in that investment later. And these are things that you can fix too. So don't think that if you went to the registry and incorporated, which I don't recommend, you're hooped, because all of these things can be fixed down the road. They're just going to cost more money down the road if you don't do it right at the outset. But really clearly defining, I think honestly, the one that I like to really highlight is what happens if somebody leaves? And so that is going to really play into, because you got your share structure, you got your business incorporated, but now you have a shareholders agreement. And that is the document that's going to really delineate what happens if someone leaves. Do they give equity back? Do they give all the equity back? Do they keep it? So these types of things. Those would be some of the key things I would say.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. We're coming towards the end of this session, but we have time for one more question. Is it a good idea to create a holding company for IP or just keep it in the same as the operation? We are a SaaS for trucking companies and have created a lot of IP.
Yeah. So Gary, I think this would be a great question to use that promo and talk to an IP lawyer about specifically, but to give you, I'm admittedly not an IP specialist, so take this with a grain of salt. But what I think you're discussing there is really it would come down to how you want to use the IP. So if you wanted to license the IP to other companies and you wanted to somehow separate that from the trucking service that you're doing right now, that would be the primary motive in my mind to create a holding co. Good Lawyer has IP. There's only one Good Lawyer. We haven't felt the need to separate that because everything is under one roof and all of our eggs are in this basket. So, to the extent you were to separate the IP into a holding co, which would presumably not be owned by the main trucking co, you're going to dilute the value of the holding co. So again, it depends on what you're trying to do. If you're looking for investors to invest in the trucking co, they're probably going to be less excited if the IP is owned by a separate entity.
Got it. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful advice, Brett. We are coming to the next part of the program. So thank you so much for joining us and all of your fantastic advice.
Check us out, goodlawyer.ca.
Thank you very much. All right, and on to the next set of our program. The Government of Canada has many programs and grants to help innovative companies grow and do business in and outside of Canada. To discuss how businesses can innovate with the Government of Canada, we have thought leaders and experts from a variety of departments and government programs. To moderate the panel, we have Alexander Emish. Alexander is a procurement policy analyst for Public Services and Procurement Canada. Alex helps guide small to medium-sized enterprises through the federal procurement process. Alexander's background is in information management and veteran health benefits. He is a graduate from Arizona State University cum laude and is a master's candidate. If you are a small to medium-sized business that wants to learn more about how to sell to the government of Canada, please feel free to get in touch with him. Over to you, Alexander.
Bonjour, and thank you, Tiffany. My name is Alexander E. Mesh from Pacific's Office of Small and Medium Enterprise. And I'm so happy that you've allowed us to host our Innovate with the Government of Canada panel on your platform. This panel features leaders and advisors from Ideas, Ecopia, Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. Today, we're going to be talking about building resilience by accessing Government of Canada programs, initiatives, and resources. So before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that we're meeting virtually on the traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nations. Now I want to introduce you to our panel, and I'm going to get us started with an icebreaker. So this is how it's going to work, folks. I'm going to call your name and read your title. I want you to do three things. I want you to introduce yourself, briefly inform the audience about your program and work, and answer, if you were to sing karaoke, what song would you pick? So I'm going to get started here. So my name is Alexander Mesh. I'm your moderator today. I work as a policy analyst for OSME. What we do is help small and medium enterprise navigate federal procurement. And my karaoke song is Fireworks by Katy Perry. So I'm going to get us started with John Lipinski. He's the president and co-founder of Ecopia, who's in phase 2 of an Ideas Challenge. Go ahead, John.
Hi, everyone. I'm John Lipinski, as Alexander said, the co-founder and president of Ecopia. We're a company that's leveraging artificial intelligence to interpret geospatial imagery. Our goal as a company is to digitize the world using AI and create a digital twin of the real world. If I was to sing something karaoke, I'm actually a country fan, so it might be something like A Great Day to Be Alive by Travis Tritt. Bit of an obscure choice, but something along those lines. So great to meet you all today.
Fantastic. Next, let me introduce you to Anita Lee. She's a Senior Industry Development Officer for Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada. So Anita, go ahead.
Hey everybody, it's Anita Lee from Agriculture Agri-Foods Canada. I work as a Senior Industry Development Officer on the files of innovation, dairy, ornamentals, greenhouse and field vegetables, and bioproducts. And I guess I think I'm a big karaoke sucker, so it had to be anything by Air Supply, just because it's so long and very dramatic, and I like that kind of stuff.
Cool. Third, we have Dr. Pam Giberson, a manager for Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, otherwise called NSERC. Go ahead, Pam.
Thanks, Alex. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here today. My name is Pam Giberson, and I work at NSERC. You might know us better by our acronym NSERC, as opposed to the big, long full name. We have a regional office here in Vancouver, obviously, and my role at NSERC is to basically link companies, mostly, with academic researchers to help companies solve some sort of technical challenge that they're experiencing through a grant that's co-funded by the company and NSERC. Karaoke, wow. I don't sing except for, when I'm alone at home. So I'm kind of stumped, but, given what we're all experiencing right now, I'm sure I would try and find some sort of very, very happy song to lift our spirits during this very odd time.
Thank you, Pam. I appreciate that. Lastly, I'm pleased to introduce Eric Fournier, the Director General for the Assistant Deputy Minister for Science and Technology. He is the lead and developer for the Innovation for Defense Excellence and Security, called Ideas initiative. Eric, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute.
I hope anyway, knew a little bit about the program itself. I've just been unmuted, good. So Ideas was launched 2 years ago. It is an access to innovation from national defense. We've launched many challenges since we've launched. we've also developed a series of tools. We have 5 tools now that we use to connect with innovators. And we try to solve problems, challenges from national defense using the knowledge, the expertise of Canadian innovators. It's really a good definition of the program itself. Karaoke, people won't believe it. I have never done karaoke, by the way, but I would go between or ABBA or AC/DC, one of the two, but I'm not sure which one today. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Eric. So my goal for Innovate with the Government of Canada panel is to drive referrals to the right department, to see yourself within another business's success story, to set expectations, and for you to recognize a portion of the ways you can build resilience with the Government of Canada. So now we're on to questions. So the first thing I want to do is ring in the audience with a success story. So I want to ask each of you, what are some examples of success stories that you can share with the audience? So for John, you can tell us about your success story with the Ideas program. For Pam, Eric, or Anita, they'll be talking about companies that had success working through their program. I'm going to start with Eric from Ideas.
Okay, so I'll talk about, so as I said earlier, launched 2 years ago, we're reaching out to innovators in Canada, trying very hard to connect with small innovators, SMEs. And through all of our calls for proposals, we've hit about 60 to 65%. So we're very pleased with that. So I'll tell a quick story about one of those SMEs. Small company from New Brunswick, working in cyber, responded to one of the first challenges on cyber attribution. So many proposals we have received. We decided to fund many as well. I think we funded 9 companies to start with for the first 6 months and the first $200,000. After that 6 months, they stopped. We evaluated them again and decided to pick 3 of them to keep going for the next phase, which is up to $1 million for a year. Now, that small company has done all that, came to the end of that second phase of $1 million, did a demonstration, and is now signing a contract with National Defense for us to buy their innovation as a test and evaluation that the Canadian Armed Forces will deliver. So for the next 18 months, that company is going to be working closely with us because we're going to be testing and evaluating their solution. And that contract is in the several millions of dollars. So to me, it's a success story.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Eric. I'm going to pass it on to John Lipinski. Go ahead.
I'll make sure I'm unmuted here. Yeah, so I think our success story that I would actually speak to is also within the Ideas program. So we were one of a separate challenge, but one of the first applicants to the program when it first started about 2 years ago. There was a challenge put out for the detection and classification of objects of interest. So finding things in imagery. And our company leverages artificial intelligence to teach a computer how to look at imagery and find things within it. So it was a great fit from that perspective. And we, as a company, were trying to get into the defense and intelligence space. And so when we saw that call, it was a great way for us to enter and get a great engagement with the DND. So we went through those phases that Eric was just speaking to. The phase 1, that was about 6 months, and then successfully passed that, went to a phase 1B that we just finished a few weeks ago, actually. And we just had our demonstration yesterday for what I hope to be a test deployment within the DND. So very excited about that. But one of the reasons that I think that's a success story, I think, goes to the structure of the Ideas program. And one of the things that's unique about the Ideas program is that it comes in as it's a procurement vehicle. It's a challenge-based procurement vehicle. So one, you're actually solving a real need because it's challenge-based. The program puts out a challenge, says, can you solve this? And so we're solving a real need, but it comes in as revenue because it's a procurement vehicle. It's not just a grant that's a cost offset. So that's actually huge value to a small company who can then leverage that. If it comes in as revenue, we can leverage that to get other debt financing or equity from investors. And that's a material difference that makes the program unique. Also moves very quickly, so we're able to move through those stages and get quite a deep engagement with a customer who would historically have been, I would say, difficult to break into. I think these larger governments are naturally harder to get into, but this gave us a really quick vehicle to get in. And then, of course, hopefully can now parlay that into a larger ongoing relationship, which is really invaluable for us. And I think it's an overall success story when we're able to leverage Canadian technology to serve national defense needs. So that's my success story that I'd like to promote here.
Thanks, John, and thanks for helping keep Canada safe and secure. I appreciate the work you're doing. I'm going to pass it on to Pam.
Thanks, Alex. Answer, we're a pretty big organization. We work with thousands of companies across the country every year. So for us, for me personally, from the regional perspective, it's always very gratifying to start working with a small company, maybe a 5-person or 3-person startup, and see them progress through the different options that NSERC has, from really small grants to progressively larger grants, and grow their company while they do that. So we've worked with many different companies locally, from Terra Mera, Ballard, B-Wave, Lamazoo, lots of well-known companies that many of you will have heard of. So a large part of what I do is help those companies find the right academic to work with, because that can often be a real challenge for them. So our office is very well connected with the local university and college community. So we have a pretty good idea of what everybody's up to at those institutions. And so when a company comes to me and says, I've got this kind of a challenge, and I need somebody with machine learning expertise, or natural language processing, or chemical engineering, or something like that, or geology, right? So I can, if I don't know a person, I can certainly reach out to the department head and find somebody that's interested in working on that project. So when I make that match and it works out, then it's fantastic. You see them go off together, and they build this hopefully ongoing research collaborative relationship that is going to benefit both parties. The company's going to have their problem solved, hopefully, or at least move it forward. And at the same time, the professor and her grad students are going to be building a relationship with this local company. So it gives the students a really great opportunity to see how industrial research works, and perhaps wind up working there when they graduate.
So you're helping create a pipeline of qualified candidates potentially for industry. Is that right, Pam?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a byproduct of what we do, because our purpose is to not only help the companies solve their technical problems and then become more competitive and grow, but a very large part of what NSERC does is the training of Canada's next generation of scientists and engineers. So it's always usually graduate students, but sometimes undergraduates as well, mostly grad students working on these projects. And so they become highly trained. If it's a really good relationship with that partner, then very often when they graduate, the companies just scoop them up.
Thank you so much. And Anita, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute.
So like Pam, my department has interacted with various different well-known companies in terms of sort of helping them support a lot of their R&D, prototype development, etc., along the innovation continuum. So a lot of the funding that the government provides tends to be more on the beginning end of the innovation continuum. So it includes things such as funding towards R&D. Again, it's the prototype development. And then, of course, then engaging with industry to sort of then fund to get it more towards pre-commercialization and commercialization. And then finally into onto the market and into market development in terms of sort of within a local or an international sphere. I guess one of the success stories I'm just thinking about recently is a BC company that has developed some revolutionary dehydration technology that uses gentle vacuum and dehydrate and microwave to sort of process food, any organic matter. It can include things such as dairy, fruits and vegetables, meats, etc. And it really is sort of a cool little item where the material is processed without having to use preservatives and additives, and also doesn't really change their natural color or taste or neutral content. So it is quite a cool little sort of technology, and we've supported them in the beginning. And again, a lot of this technology was Canadian established, so it actually had its roots in some research work that was done at UBC initially. And we, along with other federal government partners, have been able to provide different funding for different parts of development of the technology and to help them grow their business. Currently, they have about 40 different partnerships within 19 different countries, and they're actually currently seeking right now. I'm sitting on a federal group that works with them to sort of help pathfind and identify different federal government supports and programs that they can access, because they're currently looking at pivoting their operations to develop a local manufacturing division for their company so that they can allow more smaller and small-sized and local food distributors to access their technology and look at potentially developing and piloting new different food products. So again, I think that's a bit of a good success story, because we're seeing the growth of companies from a very early stage up to sort of their advanced stages, and we're still kind of supporting them at different stages.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Anita. I feel like a lot of what you're doing is advancing the Canadian economy. Is that correct?
Yes, it's looking at economy.
We have a little bit of a lag there, so I'm not sure if that's being It's okay, Anita. I think we're having a bit of a lag. It's disrupting your dialogue. No worries, though. What we're going to do is move on to the next question. So I'm going to ask everyone here a 3-part question, okay? So it goes, what are some of the common pitfalls that businesses face when trying to access your department's program? How do you set expectations? How does business come in prepared to talk to you? So once again, that is common pitfalls, how to set expectations, and how do businesses come in prepared to talk to you? So for John, can you navigate this question from a business's perspective? And I'm going to start with you first, John, okay?
Sure. So I guess common pitfalls from me entering the government, correct?
Correct. Common pitfalls, how to set expectations, tips to navigate from the business perspective of navigating federal programs or initiatives.
Sure. So I think the biggest sort of a pitfall and a way to navigate that go hand in hand. So one of I'll frame it from the perspective of what I would recommend another SME to do when approaching these programs, and that would be number one, to be proactive in your outreach and pulling together the different interested parties, because one of the things that I've realized through various initiatives is that whether it's an open-ended application or a challenge-driven system, it's really on the onus is on you as an innovator to educate the department and the end user, some cases in both, what the benefit of your technology is. So although there is a framework there that will guide you through it, I'd say to really step out, it's on you to try and find as many channels as possible to proactively engage different stakeholders, the users, show case studies where possible, and really actively educate the stakeholders through the process. So that would be one thing that I would suggest is really don't be shy and try and be proactive in promoting yourself as an SME, because I think in many cases there's some great Canadian technology that can be of huge benefit to the government and the nation as a whole. but there's an education process that has to happen. So that's my answer to the 3-part question there.
Thank you. And to clarify, you're saying 1, network, 2, market. Is that fair to say within federal departments, you're actively networking, you're actively reaching out? Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, John. I'm going to hand it over to Eric. If you could help us explain some common pitfalls, how to set expectations, and how does business come and prepare to talk about ideas?
Okay, pitfalls. Something that we've lived through a few times, people not reading. Our application process is fairly simple. The forms, in less than half a day, you're done filling the form. However, we have several cases where people did not quite read what we were asking for, put the wrong information, and because we're getting so many proposals, we're fairly strict on our evaluation process. If you don't give us what we need, so in the evaluation criteria, we'll kick you out. A lot of our cost proposals are getting 40, 50, 100 proposals. So our evaluation teams have strict guides of, if you don't see what you're looking for, set it aside, go to the next one. So please read the questions so you can provide the right answer. The second one, timing. We've had some issues with timing. So Ideas was launched in April 2018, brand new program. We want to work at the speed of innovation, and in some cases we do. For example, awarding Component 1A, our first contract. However, to award our second contract, Component 1B, has been slower. We have realized that, so we're asking people to give us a bit of to be patient a little bit as we tweak our internal processes to be faster. We've identified the problems. I'll tell you what the problem is. I mean, originally for Component 1B, we were not going to allow much conversation between the innovator and our stakeholders, like the military personnel. We realized that didn't work. I mean, during that $1 million phase, we want people to talk. However, it changes the way we set up a contract. There's a lot more negotiation, so it takes longer. So we need to be better at that, and we're going to find a way to fix that. Your last piece about people promoting themselves, in a way, you can't really do that with ideas because we work with challenges. Go on our webpage, look at the challenges, see if your expertise fit. By the way, this is not what you do today. It's the expertise that you have developed to do what you do every day. I mean, it's not because you sell shoes that you should only come to us if our challenges are about selling shoes. As you're building shoes, you're developing leather, you're developing the soles. What expertise have you developed that can be useful to our challenges? And the challenges that we're putting out, you don't need to solve the whole thing. You can solve a small piece of it. For example, and then I'll stop talking, our PTSD challenge that we launched last year, there is no single solution for PTSD. However, the team of, I think it's 9 or 10 entities that we are working on our solutions right now are each biting a small part of PTSD. Altogether, they make a very interesting solution for the military. So if you have a piece of the solution, submit something and we'll look at it that way, because our evaluators are they're looking for a part of that solution. All yours.
Thank you so much. So just to summarize, so read, review, double check evaluation criteria, hit your timing, and that this is a challenge-based innovation program. It's not just some open thing you can email whatever tech you have. It's based on the challenges of DND of our country. So the next one I'm going to go to, and Anita, if you have any leg issues, I'll let you know. We had a little bit of a disruption last time. I apologize. So Anita, I'm going to pass that question over for you.
Okay, my apologies about the lag time, but I would agree both with everything that's been said before. I think it is important for applicants to read sort of the questions on the application forms, but also read the application program guides, because that provides applicants with a lot of useful information, especially in terms of sort of to help explain why they are applying for the funding and what impact this would have on the sector. Because again, a lot of that is very valuable information for assessors to look at and see, you know, this is a really good project. Because again, we do know on a lot of our funding programs, they are very highly popular, and in order to stand out, you should be able to sort of ensure that your timelines are clear, your results are not overly ambitious, right? Again, what I've seen in the past where somebody comes up with a great idea and thinks they can get something solved within 3 years, within the span of a program period, which may be a very good high goal to try and achieve, but it may not be very realistic. And of course, trying to see if you can ensure you gathered all of the necessary partners, if you have them on board, and ensuring, if possible, to have the necessary in-kind and cash contributions on hand, because a lot of the programs tend to sometimes be tend to be cost shared, right? And sort of having that confirmation gives a bit more credibility to your proposal. And just really in terms of sort of trying to provide enough details and sort of trying to make your case that your idea is a great idea and that it should be funded. I think those are kind of a lot of those principles. And I know people just think it's easy to do. And sometimes a lot of the businesses may not have an ability to spend copious amount of times on an application. And I think one of the things that my department has done for a lot of the funding programs is move to a two-step application process. So usually they will ask for, and a lot of other federal government departments do this, but they might ask for a letter of intent or an expression of interest, which is usually a short 2-pager, just to concisely outline what the project would be. And if that's something that is sort of meets the need of the program, then they might be then invited to submit a fuller proposal at the time. And then when I'm working with individually with my companies in terms of pathfinding programs, I will always provide a little bit of a link within a follow-up email from our meetings, and highlighting very key points, if it's repayable or non-repayable funding, deadlines, etc. And also the applicable links, and also encouraging the companies to, again, read and go over all of the program terms and conditions to ensure they're aware of what's eligible, what's not, what are the limitations, etc.
Thank you so much. And this seems to be a common statement here, and this also works in federal procurement too. Reading these documents is not a lot of fun, but you need to do it. Get yourself a cup of coffee, whatever you need. Just sit through it, take a highlighter, and go through the document with certainty. Next, I'm going to pass it to Pam. Would you like to go?
Sure, thanks, Alex. I think a pitfall that we often encounter is sort of a lack of appreciation for the differences between academic research and industrial research. The motivations and incentives in those two, quite separate worlds are very, very different. And so when I speak to, say, a smallish company that's never worked with an academic before, but they're very interested in applying for or participating in one of these projects, I'm very careful to address that expectations piece, because it's absolutely critical in the early stages that everybody realizes the respective roles within the collaboration, and who is doing what and why they're doing it and what they hope to get out of it. So, typically academic research works at a slightly slower pace than industrial research, and academics are curiosity driven. Although, if you happen to be working with an engineer or a researcher in a faculty of applied science, they do work on very applied research. And so, they're usually working on projects that are much more close to, say, a prototype or something that's directly applicable to the real world. But I always encourage the two partners to sit down, have a coffee, talk in great detail about the project, arrive at the scope. What are we trying to achieve here? Are we talking about a 1-year project? Are we talking about a 5-year project? And what's our role in this project? So what's the company's role, and what's the academic's role, and what's the timeline? And so how, what are the milestones we're going to meet, say, monthly and go over progress, and that way things don't, fall off the side of somebody's desk and sort of get off track, because research can do that, right? So setting expectations is really, really important. I've seen projects go sideways because the parties come into the project without having that clear discussion. And partway through, they realize that it's a bit of a mismatch. So there also has to be a personality match, because it's a collaboration, and you're going to be meeting a lot with these people, right? So the research team, the professor, and the grad students are going to be meeting with the company on a regular basis. Everybody has to get along. So it's very much there's a human factor there as well. So that's why that initial meeting is important too, to see if there's a click of personalities, because that can really make all the difference in between a successful and an unsuccessful research collaboration. So I am able to help with that process a lot, and quite often I will sit down with the two parties together, so that I'm available to answer questions and steer them through the process. That can often be quite beneficial. So these are the kinds of things we see, and sometimes obviously conversations about IP come up, and how does NSERC deal with that, and all that kind of thing. So these are very, very important questions. So it's good to be able to meet face to face and discuss them in some detail.
Thank you, Pam. Elaborate. So pretty much have a clear and concise discussion between the research, academia team, and the business. There needs to be a consensus there. That is a common pitfall for NSERC, is what you're saying, for businesses trying to access NSERC. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say it's a common pitfall. I mean, it is something that really needs to be considered. I mean, it really depends on the sophistication of the company, right? So if it's a larger company that has maybe some experience with academia already, then that conversation obviously has happened long ago. So if it's a very small company and they've never done this, I make sure that they are really aware, and then they're not just handing over money to the university and that research team is at their beck and call, right? And is going to drop everything and work on their problem, because that's not the way it works. So it's an issue that has to be dealt with.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you elaborating on that. So I'm going to ask 2 lightning round questions. It's going to be a raise your hand question. Just give me a sentence or 2. The first is, please raise your hand if your department or business has socioeconomic strategies and how you go about delivering them. Okay, so I'm going to start with Anita. Can you give us a brief description of some socioeconomic strategies for agriculture and agri-food Canada?
So with AFC, we do have a number of different funding programs to sort of help increase participation of underrepresented groups. That includes women, youth, Indigenous. So we have various different funding programs available. My minister has also recently conducted a number of different engagement activities, including the establishment of a youth advisory council and also a roundtable with women entrepreneurs in agriculture. We've also have an Indigenous Support Awareness Office with an in-house elder, and that really promotes Indigenous awareness within the department, but also is responsible for the Indigenous student recruitment, and increasing Indigenous participation within the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, mathematics.
Thank you so much. And Pam, I saw you raise your hand as well. Can you give us a brief description?
Sure. So equity, diversity, and inclusion is a very big part of what NSERC does, and it is built into every grant application in terms of the training plan. So in that grant application, the researcher has to outline how the students are going to be trained. So what sorts of special or extraordinary opportunities they're going to have during the project that will give them skills beyond just the technical skills that the researcher would normally have. So what sorts of professional skills are they going to gain by working on this project? And also the applicant has to address equity, diversity, inclusion? What sorts of concrete practices are they putting in place in their lab to make sure that EDI is addressed and that the training environment addresses EDI issues? And also in the recruitment of students, there have to be an EDI plan for student recruiting.
Okay, my next lightning round question. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate that. Raise your hand if businesses who go through your organization's processes keep their IP. So raise your hand if they're keeping IP. There you go. Okay, so almost pretty much everyone here. So Eric, can I have you start?
Yeah, I'll start. And my first message is going to be for John. John asked a question about IP a while back, and we're still working on that answer. We haven't forgotten about you. We'll provide that answer. About IP, as part of the program, we did not reinvent any IP rules. We're using the Government of Canada clause for IP, clause 3060 or 4060. What it says is that the innovators keep their IP, and the Government of Canada has a license for use and abuse. So I would invite you to go read that statement. It's part of the PWGSC description on procurement. And we didn't want to reinvent the wheel on IP, so we just decided to do that. So they maintain their IP, and we just have access to a license.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Anita, can I have you go next? Do they keep their IP?
Like I said, a lot of the times it's spelled out within the federal contribution agreement. So usually they would be able to keep it. And again, a lot of the times our funding is a portion of a lot of the stuff that they develop from a technology R&D perspective, but it's usually the applicant that gets to maintain that. And it's spelled out within the contribution agreement.
Thank you. Pam, can you go next?
Yeah, Insert has no claim to the IP. You know, what would we do with it? It's essentially. So we stay out of that altogether. I mean, we do have an IP policy, but it's very generic. You know, we don't support secret research, that kind of thing. So our policy leaves it up to the partner, the company, and the academic institution. So every academic institution in Canada has its own policy on intellectual property. Some of them have a researcher-owned policy. Some of them have an institution-owned policy. So there's differences. So we leave it up to those partners, the company and the researcher and the university, to come up with a research agreement that spells out what's going to happen with the IP.
Thank you so much for elaborating that, Pam. So this is going to go to John. John, what are some tips and strategies for completing requests for proposals and navigating the government processes?
So one of the things that I would highlight was echoed actually through some of the earlier comments and just reading the actual applications and the rubric. It's funny that it's something so simple, but in many cases, the evaluation criteria is laid out for you. And that should be step one, but I think in many cases that's overlooked. So I really can't emphasize enough the value and importance of reading in detail each line of the evaluation criteria. That's number one, and sort of table stakes that I think is frequently actually overlooked. Number two would be, in terms of navigating the process, would go back to one of my earlier comments and just trying to engage as much as you can. Where possible and appropriate, try and educate the end users and the stakeholders of the value of what you're doing, why it's different from the status quo, and the potential benefit to the end user and in this case to the government. So those would be two suggestions on navigating the process. I guess the third, in terms of I could tack on to the IP component. I think there's always a balance, and I think IP, of course, for companies for a growing company is very important. That's our asset as a company. Then I think you have to balance that between standard frameworks that come off the shelf, and of course that allows you to move fast. So that's awesome, and we definitely want to continue to move fast. And then there may be some specific things that we as an organization would like to see, but it's not in the standard framework. So how do you balance that versus moving fast. So I think there's a bit of back and forth that goes there, and there's a balance to be found. But those would be the three things that I would highlight.
Thank you. And Eric, did you have any comments on that? I saw you raise your head a little bit.
No, I'm fine. I raised my hand for the other piece, which was about having funding specific for groups. Ideas does not. We're for all innovators in Canada, so small companies, big companies, non-for-profit academia, but we don't target specifically Indigenous people or women entrepreneurs. We assume that with our fairly large budget of close to $90 million a year, and we're with our outreach program that we're trying to reach out to all Canadians, we cover all that. But potentially in the future, there might be some pieces of maybe set aside, but we haven't talked about that yet.
Thank you for clarifying that, Eric. I also wanted to give everyone an opportunity, and this includes John as well, to share something new coming from your organization. So whether it's a new challenge or something that's in the books that you can talk about, I want to see if anyone has anything new. And I'm going to start with John, and you can tell us about some new innovation you're doing business-wise, or maybe a program you're interested in. Go ahead.
New, I guess I'll be I'll self-promote here in terms of some of the exciting stuff that's coming down the pipeline for us. So some of the new technology that we're deploying now and we're coming to market with is the ability to do 3D models of cities, and that's something that we've been working on for quite some time and hoping to deploy within the government. I think that's a really exciting advancement from for us as a company and for the end users as well. So it's all about basically creating a virtual representation of the real world and giving decision makers the ability to visualize, analyze, and make decisions with that information.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you raise your hand if you have something to talk about, just so I don't... Anything new coming from ideas, Eric? Anything new coming from NSERC, Pam?
Yeah, we always have new things. I mean, we're brand new, we're only 2 years old, so we're always thinking about new things. So our next set of challenges is coming up at the end of October. We have 7 challenges being pushed on our webpage. Oh, by the way, Ideas is fully operating on our webpage. So you can go there, Ideas Canada, and you'll be able to see past challenges, future challenges, register to our mailing list where you can get lots of information. So new challenges coming out. And we will develop classified. So Ideas right now is all unclassified. We will have a classified portion of Ideas being launched in the new year to be able to work directly with companies on very specific challenges. And we'll work with companies to get their security clearances done as well. So in the future.
Fantastic. I'm just sharing some links here for everyone's website too. So if you're interested, it didn't come out too smooth on the chat, but go and copy and paste that into your browser. We're almost out of time here. So I wanted just to know if anyone had any questions to ask their fellow panelists. If you could raise your hand if you have a question to ask your fellow panelists, please let's see if we can generate some conversation before we close. See a lot of smiling faces. I'm gonna start calling on people. So you know what, John, I'm sorry to use you as a guinea pig. Do you have any questions for agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada? Do you have any more questions for Ideas or NSERC?
I think with Ideas and NSERC, we're sort of plugged in, and I think we're having, specifically with Ideas, have a lot of exciting things going on there. We're not yet connected with Agri-Foods Canada, so I'd be very interested in connecting after the call to see if there's some sort of collaboration that's potentially there, but not really a question, just more so let's connect after the call.
And fantastic. And I hope everyone who's watching this is going to connect with some of our panelists or at least go to their website. Does anyone else have any questions to ask a fellow panelist? No, it's okay. Well, I want to appreciate anyone who took their time of their day and joined us. I hope at the end of this, you recognize 4 different ways you can build resiliency and capital by innovating with the Government of Canada. If you've been listening to Eric and John, I advise you to investigate the Ideas website and navigate to their future challenges. If you recognize your business has a technical problem and need a pipeline of researchers, check out NSERC. If you're in the agriculture and food industry, please reach out to Anita and review Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada's website. If you have questions about federal procurement or need some matchmaking, I'm going to share my LinkedIn on the chat. I want to give a special thanks to John from Ecopia for volunteering his time to teach other businesses, his experience using Government of Canada programs and initiatives. And I also want to thank Gurwinder for his continued collaboration with OSME and his progress in helping build the Fraser Valley economically. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you so much, Alexander, and our panelists. That was fantastic, and we really loved hearing from you. Now, it is time for our last session for today. But before we go into our happy hour session later, the rise of tech and AI and algorithms is causing a little bit of concern in everyone's minds on how our innovation model can succeed without compromising on the ethical values that we have. Can there be a successful innovation model that is not only technical and economical, but also ethical? And to discuss this, we have Dr. Johan Rodwy, Sean Newman, and John Kropsier in the panel. Dr. Johan Rodwy is a founding partner of Connext, a global innovation studio located in Canada, Switzerland, and China. With expertise in bioethics, science communication, and humanities, Johan is committed to integrating ethics into the heart of technology, innovation, and business. He's the co-founder of TEDx Abbotsford, Sailor versus Virus, an online hackathon against COVID-19. He's also a board member on the Swiss-Canadian Chamber of Commerce in Vancouver. Dr. Johan has studied in Vancouver, Calgary, Oxford, and Zurich, and has completed his doctoral thesis on the ethics of human enhancement in 2014. We will also be hearing from Sean Newman. He is the current board chair at First West Credit Union and the founder and CEO of Domain 7, a digital experience product and platform agency headquartered in Vancouver. As a director of the First West predecessor credit union, Sean was part of developing the vision to create a multi-brand Canadian credit union that embraced the best of local credit union values while providing the scale and technological strength needed to grow in today's business environment. First West is consistently an industry leader and strong supporter of cooperation and collaboration between all credit unions. We will also be hearing from John Kropsier. He is a journalist, analyst, and tech executive. He writes for Forbes. He hosts an AI show for VentureBeat as well as Tech First and several other podcasts, and consults with Silicon Valley companies. John built the VP Insight Research Division vision at VentureBeat, manages teams creating software for partners like Intel, Disney, and secured VC funding for his AR cloud startup, Genesis Reality. He generally writes and speaks about consumer tech, fourth industry revolution technologies, or MarTech. In 2014, John was named Folio's top 100 of the media industry's most innovative entrepreneurs and market shaker-uppers. He lives near Vancouver, Canada, with his family, where he coaches baseball and hockey. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thanks for the introduction. Those are long introductions, eh?
So sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay, I got this. I'm getting lots of practice.
And John, when you say you live near Vancouver, is it Abbotsford?
It's Abbotsford, yes.
All right.
I always say near Vancouver because I'm online all over the place, and I don't want people to know exactly where I live. But yes.
Nice. I've prepared some screen, some slide, and I will share it with everyone here. So yeah, thank you, Tiffany, for this this wonderful introduction. And as it was mentioned, I come from the world of ethics, and before launching my consulting firm, I was working in academia. I've done a PhD in bioethics. I was also working in medical humanities, and ethics was the center of my concern. And from the world of ethics, of reflecting on the subject, I'm trying now to do business, to move from theoretical to applied ethics. And what I'd like to do is I think that John and Sean have a different journey. They started in the world of business and are thinking about ethics now. So I'd like to know a little bit more about John and Sean, like how has ethics been part of your journey, both professionally and personally, because I think both are cannot be separated. And here we'll give a definition of ethics, like a broad definition, as something that is good for individual and society. We don't need to dive into a specific definition, but have a broad working definition. So maybe we'll start with Sean here.
Yeah, great, and thanks for having me. Sorry, I had to put on my do not disturb here. My phone's ringing as we're getting started. Yeah, I think it's great to sort of reflect on that. I wear two hats. First West was sort of described in the bio, which is a board hat, which is maybe about 20% of my time. Most of my time is with Domain 7, being sort of digital transformation product platform group. And so as I think about starting it out, I think about the early days when I started Domain 7, which would have been in the late 90s, so 97 era, and 97, 98. And in those days, dating myself a bit there, but we all wore pretty rose-colored glasses, and the technology itself, and I don't know for others that reflect back then, the technology itself was seen, really as a socially beneficial tool by its very nature. Like it itself was going to yield democracy. It was going to sort of tear down sort of walls of division between people. It was going to equal the playing field from the large players to the small. It was going to allow the small content producers to compete with the large, and many of those things are true. But I think we were perhaps pretty naive at that time about the nature of how it would unfold, how it would impact us as societies and individuals and organizations. But from those early days, starting the work that we did, it was driven by some of those rose-colored pictures of what the future would be. That was why I was involved. It's why it was meaningful and interesting. It was a possibility to be engaged in something that could really have that amazing impact down the road. And then just on sort of the credit union side, not that I'm going to spend much time talking about that today, but one of the interesting things that drew me to being involved in organizations that are owned by their members is part of what I think is a challenge today is a question of how fundamentally are our organizations motivated, and what does that create in terms of choices that they make, and how organizations sort of coalesce around motivations based on the structure of how they're set up and how they work. And so that has been an interesting part of my exploration and journey in that space as well. So those are maybe two things to highlight to kick it off.
Thanks, Sean. And how about you, John? How's ethics been part of your journey?
I love what Sean said. We entered tech. We love tech. Some of us, maybe not all of us, but we loved it and we enjoyed it. And we thought, hey, it was a wonderful thing. It was a good thing. And I still have that to some degree. But, as we've learned, as we've seen with Cambridge Analytica and Facebook, as we've seen with The Social Dilemma, if you've watched that on Netflix, there are some major, major downsides. So that's a similar journey that I've found, and what is maybe unique to me and others like me is that I write at Forbes about 25, 30 times a month. In a given month, I'll probably do 15 to 20 different video podcasts, and in all of those, there's many people calling, there's many people emailing and saying, hey, you should cover this. Hey, you should talk to this. Hey, you need to talk to that person. And obviously, I'm drawn to stories that are interesting to me because I write about and I cover stuff that I care about, that I'm interested in. And that can have some downsides. That can have some unintended consequences because what I cover is a political act as much as how I cover it. And so what I think we've learned increasingly over the past decade, and maybe at an accelerated pace in the last year alone, is to be intentional about the things that we do, to be intentional about who we talk to, who we feature, who we ask, those sorts of things, and to try to do a better job in that. So that's one of the things that I'd mention. This is a never-ending journey. Ethics in general, as well as ethics around technology, as well as ethics of inclusion. But ethics in general is a never-ending journey. And all I can say is hopefully most of us are getting better as well as wiser as we're getting older.
Thanks for this answer. And you mentioned the social dilemma here in Cambridge Analytica, and I think a lot of us have seen probably the latest Netflix show on this topic. And I think here where we can move the conversation is that design is not neutral. I think we probably could all agree on this, that design is not neutral. We want, some of us maybe want to make us believe that design can be neutral. Like, for instance, we use a knife in the morning. We can use this knife to cut our bread, or we can use this knife to hurt someone. But
did we lose you,
Johan?
We may have lost Johan here. Sean, I hope you have 45 minutes of content.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So while we're waiting to come back, I think I got the gist of sort of the layup on the question there. And hopefully he rejoins us here in a minute. I'm assuming you and I are still live.
We are still live, yes. And
Okay.
maybe Johan will.
Okay.
Johan is working on it.
Okay, sounds good. I'll just talk from my experience about the idea of sort of the way tools, or in my case, services and product for that matter, but services play a role in sort of our sort of the ethics of our work. I think again, thinking back, one of those things that initially would have been to see a lot of the services around optimizing and improving online experiences as being just generally good. Like we these are things that are helpful. They, if you're improving a purchase flow process or a checkout experience or something like that, it just seems benign and helpful, and something that just generally would be categorized as good, normal work. And yet there becomes a very sort of a tipping point, and who knows where it is, or I think that's where ethics comes in, where something goes from being sort of optimized around a purchase flow to manipulating a user in ways that is outside of what they intended or what they thought the process was. Somehow they haven't been involved or aren't privy to what the actual outcomes or desire of the system is. So I think that is very true from a services perspective, that we can be naive about design of our product, services, and experience it, and think that that is a good service or a good tool or process. But at the end of the day, there's a thoughtfulness and probably some thinking that needs to go on beneath that can sort of frame, when does it become something that's abusive, or where we would say sort of an ethics question is at play. People are being done a disservice or undermined in a certain fashion, and it can be very contextualized from a person-to-person basis too. So someone can walk away from an agency and say, "I can't do this anymore. I feel like I'm totally manipulating and undermining people." And the person sitting at the desk next to them will be like, "What are you talking about? Like, we're just optimizing purchase flow." And and I've got no issue with it. So it's a really tricky thing, I think, for us to think about technology and its use from a services perspective or otherwise, and how it itself has consequences that we're not even aware of.
Yeah, design is not neutral. I feel very inferior to you right now. Oh, now I feel good.
There you go.
Just
spotlight over to you.
Exactly. It is interesting, right? Because I've done, when I was doing a lot of primary research, which I still do actually, it was focused on MarTech, right? Marketing technology. And there's a bit of ad tech in there as well. Oh, look, now we're equivalent. We're on the same footing, equality. And so I've continued that in some ways. And I do a podcast for a client called Growth Masterminds. I do another one called Retention Masterclass. And you talk about patterns of software, maybe even dark patterns, right? Patterns where the choice that the company wants you to make is easy. The choice that the company doesn't want you to make is hard, right? Right. Or things that are playing on our endorphins. So for instance, my son is big into Snapchat. I log in once a year to see my message on my birthday from Snapchat, Team Snapchat, right? But he's big on Snapchat. And guess what? You have a thing in Snapchat called streaks, right? Yeah. And you maintain those streaks by sending at least one message to each of your friends or the ones that you have streaks with every day. And so he does his streaks every day, and it's like 5 minutes. It's not a meaningful message. It's like a hi and done, right? And
anyone that as a teenager knows there's nothing meaningful going on there.
Exactly. But that's the software giving you something, saying, hey, there's something of value here, this streak that you've accrued value, you've accrued worth in the system of this app. And you need to keep doing that like a robot, meaninglessly, in order to keep having that. There's other things like that as well, right? I mean, you see that in many different apps, including games, right? The little tidbits that you get. It gets hard, and just as it's getting really hard. Oh, hey, here's a power upgrade. You just have to buy that. There's a little power pack you could buy or something, right? So there are those patterns in a lot of different pieces of software.
What I would say, and I think Johan was getting to this, is the question of, so what are design ethics, and how do they come into play if design isn't neutral? Like, what do we, how do we explore that? And I, not that I have a ton to add on that, but I do think, just to the examples you just described, John, the question of exposing the hidden decisions that might be happening that we're unaware of. I think, to me, like even just watching something like The Social Dilemma, maybe it just makes people callous to some of these things, but on one level it also exposes them to some of the hidden decisions that are happening behind the scenes, and gives them the agency to make choices based on those. And I think so often in our design ethics, in my mind, would be for us saying, this isn't a neutral tool. How do we expose people to what's actually going on in these choices, and let them make informed choices about them? I think it ties into maybe some of those things you were describing.
That's a really, really good point that you make about why am I seeing this? Why is this ad being shown to me? Why am I having this, default experience? Mm-hmm. And it's funny you mentioned algorithms, because I'm working on a book of future news. So it's a futuristic book, Insights from the Future. And one of the things it's little news snippets.
Does it have stock prices in the future as well for us?
What's that?
Does it have stock prices in the future that we can receive as well?
Those I keep to myself.
Okay.
But we can talk afterwards. Mm-hmm. But one of the things I put in there is Algorithmic Freedom Day, as like we should know why Facebook is showing me that friend's updates versus another friend. So if there's something that you're seeing in Twitter, why am I seeing this tweet, not that tweet? Why is this ad being shown to me, right? Is it because I visited that website the other day, and so you're showing me an ad for this? But we should know that so that we can decode what the machines are doing, and then we can demystify that stuff and not have crazy conspiracy theories like, Facebook is listening to me right now. And now I'm going to get sold, I don't know, an algorithm improver or something.
Yeah, exactly. So I do have some of the questions here that he was initially thinking of going through, but before we do that, I just want to, like, I think that it's one thing for us to talk about these sorts of issues, and talk about the Googles and Apples and Facebooks of the world, and that's important because we need to be aware of those. But I think it also is worthwhile talking about them in the micro everyday of local, even small and mid-sized businesses. I think we're not necessarily in tune to the own multitude of choices that are made in sort of small and local businesses around whether that even be digital experiences or technology that they're putting in for services with customers, and how how thoughtful that is being sort of implemented relative to these things. And I think it's easy for this to just become like a bash on the big guys, rightfully so. They influence everything about us right now, and we should have scrutiny on them. But I think it's also there's an accountability just to our own. You're involved in tech startups in our own businesses and organizations at whatever scale, asking sort of questions of what, are we creating a knife that can do two things? Are we creating something that that could be used for good, but how else might, what it might be the unintended consequences of this thing I'm working on or building?
That makes a ton of sense. And I mean, even the personal ethics, should I buy this thing via Amazon, get it tomorrow via Prime, or should I go to my local store? One is very easy. The other might be better for my community.
Yeah. And one is a lot easier when you're quarantined, when you're
Exactly. What is quarantine? Are we in quarantine?
Yeah, no, that's great. Johan had some questions around
ethics washing.
Yeah. And I think it's really interesting. So I don't know how familiar people are with it. I don't know what definition you use for it. Oh, he's back.
So as I was saying, design is not neutral. I don't know what happened. Sorry, guys.
Well, you were talking about knives. We were worried about you. Who knows?
I think I didn't think ethics was this dangerous to talk about ethics, and then some sort of censorship.
Moving on to talk a little bit about ethics washing as a paradigm.
All right. Yeah. So that's perfect. So carry on.
Yeah. I mean, you can set up any elements. I think. Definition-wise, might even good place to start there. We might all have different ways we talk about it, but I don't know how you want to frame it.
Did you just start it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah. The question because we talked. I assume the first part, like our personal journey of ethics, and then it was impossible now to avoid talking about ethics, and the danger is to just move towards ethics washing. We know we had greenwashing, and now we have ethics washing. And my question was for both of you, like, how do we avoid this? How can we move past this and make sure that it's just not a veneer, but that people are actually sincere in what they're doing, and even in the business they're doing?
I think that's a very, very difficult thing, honestly, because we don't always know people's motivations or companies' motivations. Sometimes it's suspect, something becomes a big deal. Black Lives Matter bursts on the scene as several Black individuals are killed in police action, right? And does that all of a sudden become the big thing that a brand uses? And is that a good thing because they're responding to what's happening in the culture, or is that, they're just ethics washing and piggybacking on something? It's hard to see. I guess, the challenging thing is, does it go more than skin deep? Is it more than a marketing slogan? Is it more than a campaign? That's the question. How do you know that? Perhaps it's if a company puts some money behind what they're saying. Perhaps it's if they do something and they act on something rather than just feature it in their advertising.
Yeah, I think I would just echo what you're saying, John. Like this, it's really tricky to, I think it's just perhaps there's a natural outcome that's just happening here around what we're seeing as ethics washing, in the sense of people touting an ethical perspective or capability of an organization, and yet hiding behind that some sub-ethical behavior, and sort of using one to counterbalance the other. I think the first comment I would make is I don't know how much of that would actually be intentional. I do wonder, just at the scale and size of a lot of organizations that we would scrutinize like this, left hand not knowing what the right hand's doing, or confusion around how we apply. We've got a principle or a guideline here. How do we apply it? And different perspectives on that yielding different decisions. I think it becomes, really challenging in that. And I think there are, good things that can be done. Outside parties with things like B Corp and that, I think we can talk about that a little bit more, but can help to some extent. But I think I often wonder if we're having the conversation too late at times. Like, it's just what the organization outputs at the end of a long process of journey of producing something, and then is that output ethical or not? And if that's the only test, and we're not looking at how the organization is structured or run, or how people are making decisions within it, I think we can't just go to that last moment and say, is the output ethical, and hope that we can we can assume that will always be consistent, if we're not actually asking ourselves about the whole stack of experiences leading up to that point, and how they're all aligned and sort of connected to sort of the output of an organization.
And to jump on this, I think maybe even before all of this is as you want to enter into the world of business. And I mentioned earlier that I came first to ethics into business, and it's difficult sometimes to think like even like selling something, marketing something, because you feel you there's an element sometimes even of manipulation, and how do you navigate this? And another example, maybe I'd like to bounce some ideas with you two. It's if we take this idea of, okay, we're going to create some a better way to travel, and we're going to create better cars, ethical cars. We're going to create electric cars. But on the other hand, maybe the future is actually to reduce cars altogether. So how do you even navigate those things? Maybe John have some ideas here.
What's the answer, John? How do we navigate?
Yeah, this is a tough one. Okay, I'll just solve it for you in 2 seconds. And,
that's perfect.
Here's the interesting thing that I've thought many times over these past 8 or 9 months of global craziness that we call COVID and shutdown and lockdown and quarantine, is that we have an opportunity to rethink the global economy here. Of course, humanity's passed up many opportunities in the past and is likely to pass up this one as well. But what's really obvious, and what's been really obvious as we've gone through this quarantine business, is that the amount that we produce as a society in terms of food and goods and everything else is far in advance of what we actually need. And yet we've maintained this sort of work cycle and habit and ethic that everybody, and it really is, pretty much every adult these days, should have a full-time job and be working 40, 50, 60 hours a week or something like that. And the reality is that is based on a consumer ideology that, I need this to be happy, I need that to be happy, I need many other things to be happy, and I've got to work super hard competitively with many other people to get there. And that's not horrible necessarily, but it does lead to a total disposable economy. And you mentioned, should we even create that car at all, whether it's electric or not? Well, maybe. Do I need 3 cars? Maybe I can have 1 car. Does that work? Those sorts of things. This is an opportunity for us to reconsider how we work, how we live, how we consume, and how we produce. I haven't really heard any politicians or world leaders broach that kind of conversation, though. Do we all need to be working as much as we need to be working? Or could we do it a different way? Could we set up our economy and our society in a different way? Those are very challenging things to do. And most people that try and do them violently and poorly and result in a lot of suffering and chaos. I wholeheartedly grant that. But we have to look forward and see, look, robotics and automation is increasing everywhere. Increasingly, the economy is digital and value is digital, not physical. These things are coming, and we are entering a phase where there's going to be significant job loss due to those factors. How are we going to set up our society such that either all the people who are currently working, driving stuff around, driving people around, making physical things that will soon be automated, the manufacturer will be soon automated, they'll have jobs in the digital economy, or that we can set up our economy and our society such that let's bring on more automation. Let's not be scared of the robots. Let's make sure everybody gets taken care of in the process. This is an opportunity to show that that is at least possible. And I don't know if we can grab that and operate on that.
But yeah, to continue on this and to jump back to what Sean said in his introduction, that he entered the tech industry when it was very exciting and thinking like it's going to solve a lot of problem. And for me, entering the tech industry later, I'm like, well, it seems that it failed to actually deliver. We've outsourced a lot of our work to machines. We have automation. But yet we work even more. Like if I gain time now, even let's think just with emails. With emails, we can gain an incredible amount of time because we don't need to like send letters or phone. But the time we've gained, we've just filled it with more work. We didn't fill it with anything that is different than work. So you mentioned, John, that no world leaders have approached this type of conversation, but I think there is some conversation about universal income or basic income, and I'd like to take a moment to think about this, if that is something that we'll have to consider more and more as we move more and more towards a digital economy, and how are we gonna do this? If we can outsource even more now to computers or machines or whatever. So maybe Sean can. Oh, sorry. Maybe Sean can jump on this.
Sure, I'll give a few thoughts, and then John would love to hear what you've got on it. Yeah, I certainly think that there's an inevitability to the trajectories that we're seeing, and John, you're outlining them. Like, what does it look like if we're making these choices around the jobs and the people, impact on people in our markets, so I think the challenge that we have, not to get into a political discussion here, is that we don't do discussions like this really well. It's not only that people aren't having the discussion, it's just, or maybe I'm just the only one that hasn't seen good discussions. Maybe you guys see them everywhere on Facebook, but we don't do discussions like this very well. Either you're for totally free, unbridled individual commercialism, or you're for Marxist totalitarianism, and those are your two options. So, what are you going to choose? And that's not helpful. What we actually need to do, I think, to your point, Johan, is these are nuanced, complicated questions. They're ones that actually work themselves out in our local communities as well. In Abbotsford, we have a challenge with homelessness. We have issues of job dislocation that are going to hit our communities here, that will affect people in our schools and our communities. So I do think it's us finding ways to have better dialogue are going to be critical. It's not like can we, it's like we must, because there is an inevitability to, I think, the shift in jobs, and I'm not sure what that means in terms of how we are able to do that. But so things like universal basic income, I think are worth considering, but I think we are going to have to find ways to depoliticize those conversations and not have them be trigger words or sort of empty banners signifying which side of the political spectrum you're on, but actual indicators of solutions to real problems that people from any political sort of leaning can engage with and have conversation. And if we're actually going to come at solutions, that'll be helpful.
Yeah, I think, and you mentioned polarization, and that's what I feel too. Again, coming from ethics, the notion of profit, even the notion of profit, sometimes people are questioning it, like, and then so you either for profit, not for profit, and so on. But I think as we rethink our business model, and you mentioned B Corp before. So there's some new organization that try to bring business and ethics under the same umbrella. So there is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. There's B Corp. There's the movement of circular economy, regenerative design. So have you guys also thought about those things in your practice or in your organization to implement ethics into your daily businesses?
I just want to ping back on something that Sean mentioned, and he mentioned the word "must." That we have to look at these things, and I want to underline that in red pen. This is a matter of social survival. This is not a political option or a social option. It's a matter of social survival. If you look at what happened in the U.S. this summer, you had the collision of a variety of factors. One, a pandemic. Two, an upcoming election. Three, inequality and injustice. And you put those together, and there was a powder keg. There was a powder keg of anger, of pushing back, of violence in some cases, in many cases not. But the economic piece is a huge factor here. And you put that together with the political pieces. And if we have a future, and it will happen in Canada to a degree as well, we're a little more insulated because we want to get through things together. That is not necessarily the case for a good chunk of the United States, and they're a big neighbor of ours right next door. If they can't fix that, just imagine what life looks like in 10 years, in 15 years, in 20 years, or something like that, when pretty much anything you want to get manufactured is automated, or it's 3D printed, or whatever the case might be. Pretty much anything that you want to transport, a physical object anywhere, happens via some kind of automated transport. That could be underground, that could be in a tube, that it could be in a lot of different ways, or just a self-driving truck, or whatever the case might be. When you look at the number of jobs that will be impacted by that, and yes, many people will say we'll figure out new things, and we always have in the past. That may be true, but I prefer not to build a strategy on hope. I think that you'll have tens of millions of people permanently, semi-permanently unemployed. Generally young, also old. You've got a boiling pot there, ripe with revolution and lots of disruption in your society. If we can't figure out that piece, I don't see how some societies are going to survive.
And that's a wrap for today. Just joking. I think it's a really challenging point, John, to make. So it comes back to your point, Johan, about like B Corps and that sort of thing. Like, yes, I think it's worthwhile looking at mechanisms like that to change the way our businesses operate, and at the same time, it's not going to be enough. It's that must, underscoring sort of a must. What can we do to accelerate the conversation, make it more effective, so we can actually implement items long before we're at a critical spot? Because when you're in a critical space, it's just like when I'm triggered as an individual. When my amygdala's going, I'm not ready to have a really good conversation. So how can
that was why you sent me that comment on Facebook? Is that
exactly.
what's going?
So as a society, how do we engage in this in that effective way? And one of the other challenges I have with B Corp as a not to pick on B Corp, but any of these, is that simply creating a list of sort of check boxes. Are you sort of compliant in these sorts of ways? Do you engage in these sorts of fashions? I think it allows organizations to offload the hard work of discussion, dialogue, and ethics discernment, which I think is actually where all those millions of small decisions are made that lead to unintended consequences down the road. So although they're good, I think they have limited capacity to actually drive different sort of human behavior over time.
Yeah, thanks. And then to keep moving in the direction of the future challenges. So we have people that we think might be put out of work, and that transition period. And then there's also the bigger, more ethical questions, if we didn't have enough challenges raised with all the emerging technologies. And I'm thinking here AI, blockchain, tracking, CRISPR-Cas9, genetic engineering. And there's a lot of ethical questions that come up with this regarding the misuse of data, autonomy, distributive justice. But I think the ultimate question is how do we as humans interact with business, and what does it mean to be human? And then it comes back to a philosophical question. And I did the loop. I started in philosophy. I'm trying to do business, and I ended up again in philosophical questions. So yeah, I'm wondering what you guys think about of this this type of questions. How are we gonna to navigate again this world of emerging tech? And we talk about the fourth industrial revolution. So what should we do there?
There's huge challenges here, and there's multiple that we need to look at, and privacy is one of them. Obviously, tracking, surveillance is a big one. One of the major challenges, maybe the fundamental challenge, I think, that comes with AI and a lot of the other advances we're seeing is in around the topic of deepfakes. Deepfakes are getting good enough so that it's getting harder to tell what's true and what's not true. Pair that up with a culture which now has a hard time determining truth in a consensus reality. Pair that up with a culture in which you're in your reality bubble, I'm in my reality bubble, and what makes perfect sense to me as true and verifiable evidence I see with my eyes is the most complete idiocy to you because you're in a different reality bubble. And we can't even have a conversation civilly, as Sean was mentioning, because you just seem insane to me, because everything I know, because of all the sources of data and information that I have, tell me that you are a lunatic. Add deepfakes to that. We can't really tell if this is verifiably a true picture of this politician in that scenario, or a true video of that world leader saying that or doing that. And we've got a toxic brew of having a really, really challenging time having conversations, figuring out what's true, and moving forward in a collective consensus manner. A startup that I just talked to out of Europe recently is working on that problem by essentially, they're working on the problem of privacy by deepfaking everybody. So you take a picture of a crowd, perhaps in a demonstration, and they change the faces. So those people have their privacy. They cannot be identified by authorities or something like that. But it's also fake history, and it's deepfaked. And I think finding ways to deal with this technologically, politically, socially is really critical. Because if we don't live in the same world, we can't rationally address problems that we need to solve together.
Yeah, and I think to jump on this, there's also then the responsibility of the people that, of course, design those the deepfake and so on. So that raises again questions here. And maybe Sean, you want to jump on this, like as since you worked a lot in design too. Unless you guys might have already talked about this when I was taken away in the cloud.
Yeah, I think first of all, John, if you tell us you're actually a deep fake at the end of this, that'll be an amazing reveal. So you'll have fooled me. Just put it that way. Yeah, I think I just want to go back to the question of what it means to be human. I think one of the things I really appreciate about how the world has gotten smaller is we have become more diverse societies. We have gotten to connect with and hear from and engage with a broader set of people than and thoughts and ways of thinking and engaging than we ever would have previously. And out of that comes an immense creativity and curiosity that I think is really powerful. But it also makes it really challenging. Things that we assumed about the world, or assumed that people assumed about the world, we no longer can in the same way. And add to that the bubbles that John was talking about from a reality perspective, and it makes it really challenging to ask questions which we're uncomfortable asking, like what is a person for? It's not, you know, I don't know how would we answer that? What is a person for? It's a really tough question to answer, but it's those sorts of conversations I think that need to happen when we think about technology. So what is it serving? What are we actually assuming about society and about what we're doing? Why is it good? What are we trying to produce? Those sorts of things I actually think would love to see happen much earlier in our society, not when you're like myself, 48 and no longer able to change anything other than grow gray hair. But how do we have these conversations more effectively from like my kids' age through to everyone in their working life, respecting the fact that it's in a very, very diverse context and we can't rely on the same assumptions that we had before. You know, it's hard work. I think it's stuff that would need to happen, but yeah, I think it's an interesting part of the question.
So I think this type of question maybe should be raised in like business schools, or when someone wants to start their entrepreneurial journey. And for me here to bring us to the last part of our discussion, I remember taking a business class in my early 20s when I was at university, and the professor mentioned that his assumption was that humans were selfish and rational, and he built his entire economic theory on this. So then I was thinking, well, no wonder that we end up in like places where businesses are just selfish and cold entities that they don't seem to be something that you want to be part of. So and then in my studies of ethics, I defended another type of story, another narrative where humans are not just selfish and selfishly motivated or rational, but we're also hardwired to collaborate and to help each other. And I was thinking, so in those two narratives, one is based on selfishness, but the other one on other-centeredness. One calls for co-creation and innovation, and I'm wondering if those two stories, maybe they don't have to be an either or. It seems to me that in business right now, it's a lot about just competition. You need to be the first in the market. You need to dominate everything, take over the world type of thing. But maybe we should talk more about this collaboration story. But we don't have to like erase completely that we are also competitive. Some sort of competition is probably also good and fun to compete. But to put maybe forth this idea of collaboration, and I was wondering as we discuss about building the tech and the digital future of this valley, I'm wondering how we could move forward and give this ethical foundation to it. Any thoughts on this?
I can. It's good questions. I don't know if I have answers to them, but I certainly can talk about it. I'd love to hear John's thoughts on it too. One of the things that jumped out at me with that question, Johan, is the discouraging studies that I've seen where an employee is offered a $5 raise, but if they take the $5 raise, their colleague will get a $10 raise. The other option is for them to take a $2 raise, and their colleague will get no raise. And they'd rather take a smaller raise and have their colleague not get a greater raise, even though it has no impact on them. Like they're actually worse off by penalizing their colleague than they would be otherwise. So just to acknowledge, like there are some of these dynamics of like human competitiveness. I think you're mentioning that it is maybe part of the way we're sort of we work in community. At the same time, I think we have unnatural structures that reinforce those things all the time in our organizations and businesses, where we incentivize around individual heroics or individual creativity, individual output. We reward people by pay or bonuses, or just position within the organization based on individual activity. Whereas team identity, I think, is the secret power, I think, of a lot of organizations, shifting people from thinking of themselves just as a I win dynamic to a we win dynamic within organizations. And that unlocks both often better results for the individual, but also for the organization when you're identifying with team outcomes rather than just individual. So tying that back, I think, to the question of maybe what could we do, I think on the local scale, might be asking just about how we're structuring our businesses and organizations. What sort of, like even in our local businesses, what are we rewarding and what are we not rewarding? What are we encouraging in terms of the types of behaviors in our organizations, and what, are we actually embodying the types of ethical impacts and outcomes that we want to have in how we're structuring and running our organizations and incentivizing individuals?
It's an interesting question. It's funny because when Johan, you said it initially, I thought you said selfish and irrational. I realized you said selfish and rational is what the professor had told you, but I would have gone with selfish and irrational. And Sean's example bore that out very, very well. You'd be irrational, and hurt yourself in a selfish way. I think that all of us need to essentially evolve our mental structures to some degree. And some people maybe are naturally like this, and others need to get there, and others maybe never will. But it is good selfish behavior to be altruistic. It is good selfish behavior to be altruistic, because I cannot exist on my own. Guess what? I love this thing. I can't make one of these. I love the richness and diversity of the food that I can get in my hometown. I can't do that on my own. There's a reason why Henry Ford paid his workers a living wage. They could afford to buy the Model T. It was, hey, yeah, absolutely, I want the best workers doing the best work, but I also want the overall ecosystem to grow. They can afford to buy it. That means that I have a market that builds and builds and builds and builds. If we think about it the right way, even with COVID the right way, who likes wearing a mask? I hate it, absolutely. But you know what? It's good selfish practice to be altruistic and say, you know what? If we all do that, we can basically mostly open up. Maybe we can have bars in our restaurants the way we always had them, but we can mostly do the things we need to do and keep our economy going if I make that sacrifice. And guess what? I can work at home, but not everybody can work at home. So it's a good sacrifice for me to make so that everybody can be a little bit better. And when everybody's a little bit better, guess what? We have a happier, healthier society. There's less violence, there's less theft, there's less crime, all these good things. It's hard for humans to tie long-term results to short-term behavior. If we can do that better, if we may teach that better, if we can reinforce that better or whatever, then we think we can start to make some of those changes.
Yeah, and I think too that if then you mentioned that it's we can have selfish motives to be altruistic, but I wonder if we can not even turn it around and go further, and we can be like, let's be altruistic because we are other-centered. And then when you think of that in business, like you want to put something out there, whether a product or a service, is because you want to like feel a need, right? You want to help someone with the problem then they have. And I guess it's part of what design thinking is about, it trying to figure out what that problem is and try to solve it. So I think this in this conversation to try to keep these in mind when people start businesses it seems to be very helpful, and to make business even more attractive for a lot of people, and even this notion of making profit. That is something that is not bad. It's something that is good, and we can do it for the benefit of other people. So this is we are arriving to the end of the session, and I was just wondering maybe we could have a final thought on what we've been talking about. We went through, if I recap a little bit, we went from a journey from a personal journey in ethics to also realizing that now ethics we have to speak about ethics, and we try to do it in a way that it's not just ethics washing. So we have to rethink the way we do business, and then we could aim to influence the way we're going to build tech industry of the Fraser Valley. So where does that leave us? Any final thoughts or final word of advice or word of wisdom for our listeners?
Go for it, John.
Very good. One thing that comes to mind is strong opinions loosely held, right? I think that we need to have opinions. We need to have strong opinions. We also need to not to identify our personal worth or our ego with our opinions. It is super apparent, especially now, with the election down south, with COVID and other things going on, that it's really, really critical for us to be able to argue to find truth rather than argue to find who's right. Prove that I'm right, so I'm going to argue. But prioritize finding truth over winning the discussion. And if we can get that behavior in more people, I think it would be a big step towards having a happier, healthier society.
Yeah, plus one to what John's saying there. Maybe my closing comment to take it a bit of a different direction and add to that would be worth looking up sometime if you have a minute. Norwegian prison experiment. I think it's an HBR article. I'm not sure where it is, from a few years back. This idea that it's just as important to think about the outputs of our organizations as what it means to send the people in our organizations home to their families and friends. And we can dehumanize on both sides of that. We can be ethical in what we produce and unethical in how we produce those things, or we can try to think about the ripples going out from the organization in both directions. And I would just encourage us to think, if we think holistically about our impact, both on our teams and where they all go back to their homes and families, and are we helping them flourish, as well as to the actual outputs of our organizations, which is what we often fixate on, is that just ethical or not? I think if we can keep both of those in mind, we create the type of environment that provides for long-term sort of sustainability and better sort of organizational realities that are friendly for us and friendly for our future.
Well, thank you, both of you, and I think we've resolved all questions around this. So
have we really solved everything?
There's that. We've
I hope
resolved
this is
everything.
recorded then, because I don't remember what we all said.
Share this with the world.
Yes. So, and yeah, thank you, Sean. Thank you, John, for your time and for all the prep. And I'd like to thank also Govinder and Tiffany and Raymond to have invited us for this panel. And I think Govinder was telling me it was the first time this panel happened in this conference, in this tech forum, and I think I will advocate for more. So let's do it again, and let's bring more people next year. So this is it for me, and we'll wait for Tiffany or Govinder to jump in.
Thank you so much, panelists. What a fantastic discussion and a great way to finish off day one here at the 4th Annual Fraser Valley Tech Forum. This brings us to the end of day one. And I would like to take one more chance to thank our sponsors for supporting our local tech community by helping us bring these amazing lineup of speakers to you, providing the opportunity to learn, network, and engage. So as we head out for lunch, I would like to encourage you all to have a look at the virtual booths that we have on the website. Maybe engage in some conversations. You never know what will come out of a simple conversation. So take advantage of this and go and chat with some of our sponsors. They are some not only amazing companies, but they're amazing people. And we love each and every one of them. So go send them some love. We want you to take full advantage of this event. We created it for you to be an impact on your life. And we aim to foster relationships, collaborations, and innovation. And we welcome you to join us at the happy hour after this. It will also be a networking section to be able to engage in conversations with other attendees and peers in the tech industry. The link will be available on the agenda page with instructions on how to join. If you would like to arrange a curated one-on-one session We would love to help you out. Just drop us a comment or an email and we'll be happy to assist you with that. We look forward to seeing you at the happy hour session. We will be back again tomorrow for the pitch contest. Who's excited? I know I am. So more fascinating speakers, and you don't want to miss out on the founder stories. Learn how we can put the Fraser Valley on the tech map and what the future of education really looks like. And lastly, our keynote speakers for tomorrow are Caitlin Frecker from Lighthouse Labs, as well as Keith Ipple from Spring Activator. They will be with us to discuss how to build resilience in business, which I think is going to be something super important for all of us. So I just want to say thank you again for taking time out of your day to attend this wonderful event with us. And we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And we will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody.